It's getting a little harder to look when you've played a lot of the old stuff. How so? Why is it getting harder to look for new games? Or for small games? I mean, if you've played some of the old stuff, wouldn't that make you more aware? Costlord, why are you in prison? I mean, it's fine. This dwarf is incredibly happy about being in prison. Did I miss something for the king again? Must have. Anyway, I need to make some animal traps. Yeah, I think we... I think we did. I'm pretty sure, actually, that we missed the mayor's demands. And then they put Costlord in prison, but that's fine. Costlord's repentant and feels pleasure near a completely sublime restraint. And, of course, feels pleasure near a wonderful seat. I think that if you've played a lot of old games, Rarest Jelly, I think that makes you experienced, and it makes you better at picking out things that you know that you'd like, right? Like, you know, we live in an era where video game development has been very much monopolized, right? Yeah, I read that as a good thing. Video game development has been very much monopolized, right? But if you've played a lot of video games, you start to learn that, oh, this is something I'm interested in, so this is a thing I'm going to buy. It's like I'm going to admit something. I'm going to buy Tetris Effect a second time. I'm going to buy it on Steam. It's for one specific reason. I want to play more of that game, and I'm tired of playing it on the Epic Game Store, and I don't really like playing games on that platform, and I want to be able to unlock the Steam achievements on Steam. And I will give that game more money. Do I need to give them more money? Probably not. But Tetris Effect is a very good game, so you know what? Fuck it, I'm okay with it. I will buy that for myself. I probably won't even stream it. But I will buy Tetris Effect a third time. And like, if you just like look at games that are coming out, it's not that difficult to just kind of pick out what's going to be good and what's going to be bad. And it's also not that difficult, especially if you've been playing games for a really long time, to dig a little deeper and go a few layers underneath like the trending tags and find really interesting, cool shit. And I can tell you by default that this is going to be terrible just by looking at it. I mean, actually, I hope that this game's good. I would like to play a good Aliens game. I just don't have any faith that this is going to be good. I expect this to have overwhelmingly negative reviews and disappoint me as a fan of the Aliens franchise, and I probably won't play it. Although if I want to play a good Aliens game, Aliens RL exists. So, you know. There's always going to be good shit. You just need to know how to look for it. Also, I will say, after what I've played of Humankind, it's pretty good. It's not incredible, but it's pretty good, though. It's nice to have another pretty good Civ-like game. But yeah, I don't know. I especially in a world where the games that I play exist, it's impossible to really run out of games. How is it in comparison against Civ 6? That's hard to say, because Civ 6 has had, 5 years of expansion packs and updates? So that's really difficult to say. How is it against launch Civ 6? Maybe a little better than Civ 6 was at launch. A little better than Civ 6 was at launch. Also like $20 cheaper than Civ 6 was at launch. But yeah, that's what I'd say. It's if you remove all of the expansions from Civ 6 and all the updates and go back to just what Civ was at launch, it's better than Civ 6 at launch. But kind of a different game. At least 2 weeks of your life a year. I don't think I'm ever going to play Minecraft again if I can get away with it. The other living dwarves outside of Costlord, who's currently in prison, are Pilot the Segoid, Jack Nurick, LaFonda, Whitcode, Max, Evil Trick, Queveneer, Vim ML, Free, Bastet, Orange, Jess, Clay, Alien Slayers, Thados, Costlord, who's in jail right now, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcom, Massive, Trees, Tiny Goliath, Kade, Taurus, Ghost, Seeker, Cyralac, Knowles, Blue Water, Peter, Nereal, Animal, Prismatic Flux, Murphist, Hex Wrench, Caveman Crafting, Abe, who's currently training because he was pissy, Stone, who wasn't pissy but is also training, Funkalistic Booty Wap, who's just hanging out in the military, Wave, Depletion, Lumpy, Arch, Lake Bear, and Dominoc, as well as Spitalier at the bottom. And it's just like, I think Caves of Cud will probably take up 2 weeks of my life. A year for the rest of my life. Probably. Could pretty easily say that. And the outpost liaison from the dwarves have arrived, and the dwarves have arrived to trade. So that's pretty good. We can prep to trade with the dwarves, which is the first task of the day. Because we just did the major trading sessions. So we got those done, and now we're just selling off all the extra stuffs that we've been working on for the past little bit, like all of these crafts. So we've got a lot of them. Really? Like the like the Focus Home Interactive published Dungeons franchise? Or when you say Dungeons, do you mean Dungeon Keeper? I've heard very little about the Dungeons games. I feel like those games come out, people like them, and then I never hear anything about them. Like, there just hasn't been enough around them that I've wanted to try them. Oh, Calypso Media's one. Okay, I thought those were Focus. Huh. Also noticing that it's QuakeCon's apparently happening. Can I just say that it's ridiculous that they still call QuakeCon QuakeCon? Like, I genuinely think that that's kind of ridiculous. Like, Quake. When was Quake relevant? Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know anybody who likes those games that much. That's interesting. It's neat to meet somebody who's a fan of those games. Really makes me want to get into Keeper RL at some point. Because that's something I gotta actually do. So we are still working on our big old lava tower. In fact, I think today we're gonna make it down to the bottom, and then we're gonna decide what we're gonna do with the actual bottom of the lava tower. Then from there we get to start thinking about how we're gonna pump that lava up, which is also gonna be fun. So we get to start trying to figure out how to pump lava upwards, and we get to start to figure out how to finish off this tower and what we're actually going to do with it, which is going to be exciting, I think. It's going to be exciting. Pump lava upwards, 8 million layers. Not 8 million, only like a few hundred. Jack Nick, why are you stressed? Oh, you want to practice some martial art? Well, we got another martial artist who's going to join the martial arts squads. You can go join the whiny martial artists team. With Abe, who was also stressy recently, who's no longer stressy. Let's watch Jack Nurk and see if you go and join that squad in a minute. Because I only just noticed this dwarf being upset. So we need to get this dwarf fixed, which means they'll probably put this item in the depot. And after they're done putting this item in the depot, they will then transfer into the military. Probably put a second stairway coming down into here. In the same spot, but like just a second or third stairwell to like ease up on the pathing a little bit. Because currently they're all trying to get through that one stairwell, which is kind of not brilliant for the actual... There you go. Now you're going to go pick up equipment. It's interesting that you're already listed as a wrestler, even though you've had no military training. I wonder where that is. Ooh, what'd you pick up? Now I'm curious. Oh. A named copper spear named the Lull of Grizzle. Seems like an old collectible more than an actual weapon, but if it works. If it works, it works. Can't judge it. Oh, you're probably looking for a shield. Meanwhile, Kavish runs into our mayor and says, I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm just going to request all of the wood. Although maybe we won't need to do this anymore soon. Isn't that a weird thought? We're going to have something else to import. Shit. Maybe metals? I don't actually know. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Of course. Of course, of course. Yeah, what are we going... Once we actually have, like, the lava pumps done and we have our magma forge and all that, what am I going to import? I genuinely do not know. I actually don't know. What am I going to import? Huh. Iron? I have, like, 10 million iron, though. Like, literally, at one point, I had, like, 8,000 unsmelted luminite ore. Mudstone crafts, I suppose. Yeah, we have to bring it full circle and start importing all the used clothing that we exported. That's how the economy goes, right? It's definitely how the economy goes. Also, something else I want to check. News. All right, well, we're still invading goblins. No other real news from around the world. Yesterday, something that we did is we expelled Windatar, because I was very tired of dealing with that dwarf. Very, very, very tired of it. So we just expelled the dwarf rather than dealing with the tantrums. Just didn't seem worth it. Just didn't seem worth it. So rather than dealing with that dwarf, I just expelled them. Murphist has been a little stressed for a while now. Seems like they'll continue being stressed. So, chat. Anybody got any plans for the weekend? Because tomorrow's Friday, which is sort of my first half of the... sort of a day off for me. Not really a day off, but sort of a day off. It'll be the first day since, I guess, the Friday before that I haven't streamed. I've streamed 7 days in a row as of tomorrow. So it's been kind of a long week for me. I haven't done 7-day weeks in a while. I've been very much, you know, taking the 2 days off a week. So it's been a long haul for me, I suppose. Kind of skipping my day off and streaming anyway to do the charity stream. Yeah, I do know how I used to do it with streaming these hours, but kind of at the same time, it's like I know how I used to do it, but man, I'm kind of happy I don't do this anymore. The stupidly long hours. That's who I'm looking for. Jack Narek, there you are. I want to see this dwarf get positive thoughts. Yeah, did you end up doing anything for your birthday? Lake Bear? Or is it just like a kind of a low-key birthday? For me, I've always been kind of a, well, when I was a little kid, obviously, I was a little bit louder, but as I've become an adult, my birthdays are very low-key. I do almost nothing for them. Why did I read start as shirt? I read that it's gonna make a new shirt in RimWorld. Or Dwarf Fortress. Not sure which yet. I'm just like, gonna make a new shirt. I can make like 1,000 in the next 3 minutes. What do you mean? I was very confused. New start. No, I mean, you go play some good games. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. There's too many good games to choose from. Too many. It's also, this is just me, but just as somebody who's into video games, seeing Madden NFL 22 coming to Steam is very strange to me. I'm not used to that yet, and I'm not going to be used to that for a while. Like, I am not going to be used to seeing fucking Madden NFL on Steam. I mean, that's totally your call. Lots of people don't like posting pictures of themselves. Don't worry about it. I will say this. It kind of sucks having thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of footage of yourself on the internet. And it's kind of funny because every now and again I'll run into a streamer who's like super hesitant about like sharing personal information on the internet. And it's like, all I can say whenever I meet people like that, and I meet them pretty frequently, it's like, if you're a streamer and you're scared of sharing personal information, you're on the wrong job, because if someone wants to figure it out, they'll just go figure it out. You might as well make it easy and don't appear like you're hiding it. Because literally, if someone wants to find you, they will fucking find you. There's literally no way around that. Too many good games in too little time? I mean, yeah, absolutely. There's definitely more games than people have time to play. Which is why, like, when people are like, hey, Blind, have you gotten into this super, like, time-intensive franchise? And I'm like, how about I just, like, keep playing my time-intensive franchises? There's a blurred reflection and a poor quality image of your mustache. I mean, that's all that matters, right, is the mustache, right? How's this dwarf doing? Now that you're here. Content being near a waterfall, euphoric due to inebriation. Yeah. Well, hopefully we can fix you in a minute. If you start getting good thoughts about training, that should fix things pretty quickly, I would think. Yeah, I do think it's more than just simply, you know, more games than time. There's something more to it than that. Because also, like, if we cared about getting through every game, you know, we'd be playing other games in a lot of cases. Huh. Just weird. Okay, never mind. Weird email. How's Jack Nark doing? That's what I want to see. Bird must have dive bombed them to give you the vengeful, but satisfied after learning about Spear. That'll fix him. Your work Discord account was on the Discord, so you would have seen me. Ooh.
Crypt metal, crypt happy, crypt beer.
Thank you for the $2.50. Cheers, Spitalier. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Spitalier? For not the $2.50. On these for notifications, I didn't want to keep switching accounts. Yeah, that's something that I've been hearing about more and more, is people having multiple accounts. I kind of wish that you could have server-specific images on your account name as well as server-specific names, because right now you can set server-specific names, right? Like I'll in my family's Discord, like, my name's Gregory, right? It's not Blind IRL, which is my internet handle, but I still have, like, the obnoxious flaming skull, right? And, like, my grandma, when she sees that, because she's in my family Discord, don't really like the fact that I'm an obnoxious animated flaming skull on Discord, and would like to, and asked if she could see a picture of my face instead. And I was like, but, like, then it would be that on all the Discords I'm in. And I, too, don't want to switch Discord accounts, so I don't know. It would be kind of nice if Discord had, like, better from server to server settings. But I don't know. Discord is more of a chat service. I don't think they think of themselves as, like, a social media platform, which is kind of what I use it for at this point. Gotta add the branding. Yeah, but my grandma doesn't give no fucks about my branding, okay? Like, my aunt doesn't really care about my branding. Which is kind of funny. I'm expanding that stairwell because that's why there's so much lag, is because they're all trying to pass through that one stair. But, you know, we're making good progress. As soon as they build those extra stairs, though, that should fix that. But yeah, I don't think that my grandma will ever particularly care about my brand. Which, you know, is like maybe the change about Twitch over the years that, like, I'm still not fully used to. Is the, like, back when I started, it was just like, oh, every stream was just a dude or a lady just, like, streaming. And there was, like, it was like, descriptions beneath the channel. Like, nobody really had, like, fancy artwork or anything. It was, like, maybe, like, 1 in 100 people did. Everybody was just, like, oh, it's just some text down there with a few, like, links that weren't even, like, embedded. Because it's a pain in the ass to keep logging in and logging out of different accounts. I have 4 email accounts. I don't need more Discord accounts. The Pilgrim sprite from Quad is apparently not professional enough. You agreed to it, and if everyone else removes their car and pet profile pictures. Yeah, I mean, like, what? That's something else that I was thinking about as well. Like, because I started thinking about that when you were saying that your boss told you to change it because, like, the Pilgrim sprite isn't professional enough. I was like, but isn't, like, most people's, like, Slack image just pictures of their fucking dog? It's like, so wait, hold on a second. Picture of your dog, very professional. Picture from video game, not very professional. What? Can someone explain this? I don't understand. I do not understand. Either someone is stuck somewhere, or it's all pathing, and I think it's all pathing. Nope, it's all pathing. So we just need to make this area pathing better, because currently this area is really bad. Which is fine, but we can fix it. Maybe I'll move the trading depot down here, just into this area somewhere. Just put, like, ramps down here or something. I could very easily do that. What do you guys think, Chad? Should we move the stockpile from this room over here, just make that permanently into the barracks, and then move the stockpile down here? And just, like, give them ramps down here? Because I could very easily do that. Could put a stockpile, like, right there. Or, like, down here. We don't need to worry about them going out. Like, they could just come down here and then just fill everything up and just be done with it. I have a feeling that'll be a lot easier. So, you know what? I think I'm actually going to do that. I think that's what we're going to work on once we're kind of done with this current area. So I'm kind of tired of the frame rate issues of, like, trying to load the dwarves in this side. So I think we're going to do that. I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah, I don't know. That's a very silly double standard thing. It's like, picture from a video game, not professional. Picture of someone's pet, very professional. I think that this is self-expression discrimination. Battalion. I can't wait. Okay, so you know, like, when you work an office job, right? They'll give you, like, a dress code, and it'll be like, oh, business casual, or any other kind of thing when you go into an office. You'll have some sort of form of dress code, right? What happens when we start getting, like, profile requirements for stay-at-home jobs. So it's like your profile has to be business casual. When do we get that? And is that just dystopia, or is that like a legitimate thing to request from somebody in charge at a job? Because I don't believe that I've ever been like, you know, it's very common for me to be in like a like group chat with a bunch of streamers and a company that works with streamers, and they'll just be posting like KEKW and shit in chat, or Omega Law. At what point does business casual then translate to that? Yeah, I mean like the way you the way you dress and you present yourself, right? Like if I were to show up to a to like my one of my friends' old office jobs in like flip-flops and a t-shirt, I would have been like told to go home and come back with proper dress, right? Or like when my ex worked in a clothing store, like same thing. If she didn't show up in the perfect in their like business like okayed thing, you could get written up and sent home. What if the company like supplies you with branding? Like you get the job and they're like, all right, this is gonna be your profile image now. This is going to be your profile banner, and this is going to be the emotes that you're allowed to use in work chats. Like I'm just waiting for that to happen. The company has an internal email like Office 365. Requirements are reasonable. Changing personal stuff is a bit too much, though. You think it's not. I think it's not offensive. Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering when that becomes a requirement. Some people are lying in bed during their meetings. I mean, that's appropriate. That's appropriate. Definitely appropriate. But like, when does that change? Like, how long do we live with like this, right? Like, at what point does corporate start telling people, all right, to be in a Zoom meeting, you need to have a green screen? Like, are we ever going to cross that threshold? I'm like way too curious about this now. It's a software yeah, I mean, like, if you work for like a preppy startup, then yeah, you're never going to have to deal with that shit. But that's just because you work for a preppy startup. Or if you work for like a relatively modern young people's company, sure. But like, what about like CBS? You know? What about like, I'm trying to think, what is a like kind of boomer company? What about like CNN? You know? What about, man, BP Oil? Yeah, fucking McDonald's had that shit, and I refused to sign up, and they almost fired me over it. True story. But rules for what we are allowed to post and whatnot. Yeah, but like so many bigger companies use Slack, right? Makes them look less dystopian than they are. Come on, they're not that self-aware. Tygo, come on, they're not that self-aware. Like you listen to those fucking people talk, and they are not that self-aware. Imagine having green sheets on your bed, and then you're just like green screening yourself on clouds. Just building a stairway while the dwarves are bringing stuff out to the traders. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of bigger companies aren't that self-aware. Like the fucked up thing about the social media platform that McDonald's made is like, I installed the app for it because it's an actual app. Like it's called the Employee Lounge, and it's just a public app. You can just go download it. You sign in with your first name, last name, your employee ID, and then a set password that they email you. And I signed into it once, and Eriptress. Kapama Aug? What the fuck? How is she trying to pronounce that? Kapamo Mug? Okay. Anyway, thank you very much for the 21 months. Welcome back, my dude. But like, I launched the app once, and I went to try and sign in, and it asked for access to my texting history, my contacts, my telephone, my microphone, my calendar, and my email. And I uninstalled the app and never signed in. And then I walked in and they were like, Greg, why haven't you signed up to the app yet? I'm like, oh, I'm not going to. And they were like, you have to. I'm like, no, I don't. And they were like, well, you might get written up. And I was like, okay. And so then they wrote me up and said that they would suspend me if I never signed up. And they never suspended me, and I never signed up. So it was fine. And they're like, well, you'll have no way of checking your schedule because they stopped posting the schedules publicly. And I was like, well, I'll just show up at the same time, and you better not change my schedule. So I just kept showing up, and I never actually got the day wrong. Although officially, I never actually saw my scheduling. Hello, fellow children type stuff from time to time. I feel bad for whoever had to like develop those apps, though. You know? But Eripterus, I hope that you're doing well. Some big ass bullshit. What, being told that you'd get suspended and then they never suspended you? Creative impulse is so valuable. You also want to practice martial art. Let's put you into that squad. Let you go train for a bit. God. Yeah, we really need to fix this. This is laggy. There isn't even any birds on the screen. There's a helmet snake, though, which is very deep underground. Well, I mean, the guy I worked night shifts with, which is why I just straight up refused to sign up, didn't even own a cell phone. Like, not even like a flip phone. He was completely off grid with that stuff. Like, he would use the company phone, like in the office, to call his wife from time to time. Like, literally didn't own any phone. Yeah, that's basically what I said. I was like, yeah, I literally told him, I'm like, give me a work phone and I'll use your app. Buy me a phone and I will use your app. And they never did. Because that's literally what that app was. But from what I could tell, most of the kids working there loved it. They all like were taking selfies and posting it on there constantly at work, which was, you know, great for fucking productivity. It was excellent for productivity, yeah? It was awesome. People just very much not being efficient and just using it as an excuse and reason and way to waste time. It was great. Definitely what they were trying to achieve with that, I think. Sounds like an HR nightmare. Although, you know, you could also say that McDonald's is just an HR nightmare, so. I don't know. And then there's my dad, who's pissed off that he got a work phone at his job because they call him on the weekends sometimes and ask him for like assistance. And I'm just like, at least they're paying for a phone with unlimited data and unlimited texting. I'm like, you should just use the phone. He goes, no, it's a work phone. And like refuses to do anything with it. I'm like, but you have unlimited data. Like, he's making me use my data to check shit. And I'm like, Dad, you have unlimited data. I don't. And he's like, yeah, but I don't want to use it. It's a work phone. I'm like, but you have unlimited data. Just fucking do it. You have it. Use it. Leave the work phone at work? No, that's not how that works, unfortunately. When you're given a work phone and you are like obligated to keep it, unfortunately you can't do that. I wish it was that simple though. is now owned by McDonald's and that would be allowed to use it for any purpose. You know, ironically, that's probably the case. Ironically, that's probably the case. I didn't read the fine print, Diamond, but that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Because I've definitely seen photos of McDonald's employees in advertisements since quitting that job that definitely just look like they were taken with a cell phone. Did they? I don't pay attention to what Walmart does because I haven't been in a Walmart. That's not true. I've been in a Walmart in the last 2 years, but it was just because I walked through the Walmart because it was easier to get into the mall that way. And it was on one of the really hot days this year. And I was like, I need to get into the mall. It's 34 degrees Celsius outside. I have groceries. I'm going to walk through the Walmart into the mall for air conditioning purposes. So I did that. And the dwarves have embarked on their journey, and my frame rates are still not brilliant. We get to figure out why that is and how to fix it. So I'm going to remove this stockpile and build a bunch of ramps going up right here, which is going to put me underneath this road. And we're also going to probably take out most of this building right here. So we're going to do some deconstruction today. It'll be fun. With Burger King photos and look at what happens. You probably get, like, if not in trouble with workplace, then written up. We're going to build a trading depot down here out of some sort of valuable metal. I kind of want to do it out of, let's do it out of kimberlite. Make it blue. It's not a valuable metal, but it'll be blue, and that'll be cool. All right. I have a theory, actually. Hold on. Okay, so specifically Arkansas? Hired private investigators to watch employees. Huh. That doesn't seem okay. The hiring of private investigators to watch employees. That really doesn't seem okay. Not that I'm an expert or anything, but that does not seem okay. Oh, really? I didn't know that. That they're headquartered in Arkansas. Also, hi, Frog. What's up? Is that the name of the family that owns Walmart? Just got an email from Twitch asking for me to fill out a survey in exchange for a $5 Amazon gift card. Come on, Twitch, you could do better than that. Have you ever heard the tragedy of Burger King foot lettuce? What? I'll tell you this. I don't believe I've ever actually eaten in a Burger King. I know that I don't know. It might actually be for Amazon US, and then I wouldn't even be able to use it. Hold on, let me actually check. Yeah, no, it just says $5 Amazon e-gift card. So I'm assuming American. Like, it should take 10 minutes to complete, and we'd like to hear from you, and you'll get a $5 Amazon e-gift card. I wonder if I could even use it. No, that's really Twitch. It's their San Francisco marketing email. It's a real email. Someone set their feet in a plastic box of foot lettuce and posted a pic on the web, and it got traced back because of metadata. I know somebody who stuck his dick in a Big Mac and then passed it to a customer. Didn't get fired. Didn't even get caught. No, because I'm not going to fill out the damn survey. Diamond. You get a lot of scammy gift card emails. This isn't a scam. This is like actual Twitch marketing. But yeah, no, I know somebody who definitely did that. I know somebody who definitely did that. Besides, remember, there's no such thing as a free sub. $5 Amazon gift card giveaway stream for 1 year Longdeath anniversary. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. I mean, if I were to give something away, I'd do better than that. Come on. I would do better than that. Come on, you know that I would do better than that. Although I'll bet you someone's probably done that. You know, chat, I stumbled on a stream last night when I was just browsing through streams. Pretty small channel. Pretty small channel. Do $1,000 Amazon gift card? I have a question, Lake Bear. What in the world makes you think that I have enough expendable income to be able to give away a $1,000 Amazon gift card? Like, I have some expendable income for sure. Like, I can spend a little bit of money on like a book or a record, but what part of you do you think? Like, I'm nowhere near one of those streams that could just be like, I'm giving away 5 Nintendo Switches. It's like, what makes you think I have that kind of money? That's like, I mean, I would love to have that kind of money. But unfortunately, maybe we need like closer to like 1,000 subscribers, and then I could like afford that as a business expense. I'm going to start removing this building right here. They should be able to get up there. Yes, they can. Investments are not open. They're up in 2 minutes and 38 seconds. 2 minutes and 38 seconds. But yeah, anyway, so I was scrolling around through random streams last night, and I stumbled on this channel that had like, I don't know, 20 people watching. Tamika, I hope that you're doing well. I hope that your silent streams have been going well. So I was just, you know, scrolling through, and I found this channel, and it had like 20 people watching. I was playing a game that I was kind of interested in, so I tuned in and I started watching. The channel was sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, and literally every like 5 minutes, not even, like every 2.5 minutes, a big fucking full screen ad would pop up for Raid Shadow Legends, and it would point down below saying like, go down and click the link and sign up and play Raid Shadow Legends, hashtag ad, all that bullshit, right? And the chat was like kind of nonsensical. The people who were talking were mostly just posting emotes. And there was this one person who every like, I don't know, 2 minutes to 5 minutes would post one bit with a maximum number of characters in puns. So 500 characters is the most you can put into one message of Twitch chat, I think. And it would be the maximum amount you could write down, all with really shitty puns. And would wait until the next one started, and then would do it again. So literally, it was just this streamer laughing utterly hysterically with constant Raid Shadow Legends ads and G Fuel ads popping up on the stream. Full screen. Full screen. This echoing text-to-speech of bad puns. And I have a question. Because, like, I'm obviously not the target audience for that kind of show, right? What kind of person watches that and enjoys it? I misread Blindy Rich as blind IRL is blind. Yeah, my name definitely stands for Blind I Am Rich. And laughing. IL. No, like it's and I've seen a few channels like that in the past, and I don't understand. People that never seen real content or realize there's better stuff. But like, is it that though? Or is it just younger people look for a channel where they can think that they are the high roller? Because there is like an element of peer pressure amongst kids to do dumb shit on Twitch. You know, like the people who watch a lot of Fortnite, right? When I say dumb shit, I mean like throw more money at streamers than they should, or I think it's 2 that the king wanted. Yeah, 2 ballista arrows that the king wanted. It's like throw more money than they can at Twitch or whatever. And I don't know. Like a so bad it's good kind of thing, maybe? Blindy Rich Lad, there you go. There you go. But yeah, I guess I don't understand. And I'm just kind of curious as to if any of you guys know. Because, like, I look at that sort of stuff and I don't understand. It's clearly, like, as I said, it's clearly just not the kind of show that I want to watch, and that's totally fine. Like, there's lots of shows on the internet that, you know, I have no interest in watching, and it's that simple. But, like, I guess I just don't understand who watches that. I mean, obviously, like 20 people, but also going to get rid of this. It's time to do some renovating up here in Longdeath. What do you guys think, chat? Longdeath renovation stream? There's no roofing on any of that, is there? No, there isn't. You have some standards. Yeah, I don't know. You personally want to cry from the secondhand embarrassment, but to each their own? Sure, I guess. I don't know if I'd even, like, describe it as cringe content. It was more just like, I would describe Jackass as, like, kind of cringe content. Like, I look at that and I go, ugh! Because it's like, that looks like it was painful. I've been thinking about Jackass recently because they're making a new Jackass for some fucking reason. And so that, like, that's what I think of when I think of, like, cringy content, right? But I guess just that kind of blatant, low-effort, crappy streaming, it just doesn't really register as cringe in my mind. Oh, I stumbled upon a stream last night, Darren, that had about 20 people watching, and they were playing a game that I was kind of interested in, so I figured I would pop in and see. They were the only channel live on the game, and the streamer was streaming to about 20 people, and every 2 to 3 minutes there was a full screen Raid Shadow Legends ad on this channel, a bunch of exclamation point Raid shit in the title, a bunch of chat text that would pop up in the chat every couple minutes. Most people who were talking in the chat were just posting emotes, and it was mostly nonsensical. Beneath the channel was just a shit ton of G Fuel and, like, Raid Shadow Legends ads. And the only person really talking was donating 1 bit every, I don't know, minute or so. That was just the maximum number of characters worth of bad puns that you could get. Some of them, like, not even particularly family-friendly. Like, there was a lot of anal puns in there. And then it was just this streamer kind of like hysterically laughing and like barely playing a video game. And from what I could tell, that was what all of this channel's stuff was like, and I just don't get it. I just don't get it. That's what we're talking about. And I was just asking, like, what kind of person is that show for? What kind of who watches that? What is the target audience of that? And I think the actual answer to that is kids, right? It's children. But like, I don't understand where this industry's going. I guess, you know, like maybe I'm just old, and you know that's totally fine if that's the case. Maybe I'm just old, but like I don't get it. I don't get it. It kind of was awful. Yeah, kind of was. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I don't mind that if they're like paying to do it, right? Which is why like my text to speech is $1, right? So like if you're gonna do that, you kind of, unless you're really a high roller, there's only so much you can really do with that. I'm getting DM'd by a random person on Discord, and I'm gonna ask you a question, chat. How long until they try and sell me art? It's one of those, hello, how are you? Out of nowhere. I give it like a minute until they try and sell me some artwork. What, that just like cheers 1-bit bad puns? 3 seconds ago. 3 messages. They've said, hello, how are you? I'm a digital marketer is what they've said to me. I'm a digital marketer. Well, good luck with you and your digital marketing. By randomly DMing people while they're streaming is how you digitally market things. Digitally market this. Whoa. Like, Bear, I'm seeing those photos. Those are, if you're in the sub chat, Go tune into Discord, because those are some cool fucking photos. Holy shit, man. That area is beautiful. Holy crap. Okay, Chad, I'm going to expose some DMs of the person, because this is funny. I got some recommendation that you will help to get more organic followers and live viewers that will chat your stream through my promotional plan? Question mark. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Yeah, I'll take I'll take a dozen, mate. Oh, I got some recommendation for you that will help get more organic followers and viewers in your live chat. Yeah, my ass. Hey, chat, you want more organic viewers? Not fucking, you know, any of those factory farmed viewers. Only organic ones. No GMOs or anything was used in the process of this organic. Bullshit. Free range artisanal viewers. Only free range artisanal viewers. Yeah. Fuck GMO viewers. Yeah, right? Anybody trying to sell GMO viewers in this fucking modern era, like, what are you even doing? Like, come on. Get out. Get the fuck out. Organic copyright, yeah. Yeah. Also, hello, Freddy. Sorry, it's just way too funny. So, chat, I have a question. Do I assume that this person is in the stream now and watching, or do I just fuck back and forth with them? Because how do I even respond to that shit? It's been so long since you watched it play Dwarf Fortress. Oh, I get you. You forgot what it looked like? I mean, it looks different depending on, like, what tileset you have set up, right? He sent me another question mark. It's the third question mark they've sent me. I'll have you know, I can't afford organic followers and have to buy them wholesale. Dwarf time. You know it, K. Bailey. You know it. No, I want to see where this goes. I can't afford organic followers. I only buy them wholesale. Jesus. I'm going to DM the mods on the Discord server that this person came from. Because, they should know about this. Because this person is just like blatantly spamming about view bots now. Or that's what I'm assuming he's going into. How many followers for 18 used dwarf underwear? I feel like I shouldn't ask how much for anything, otherwise they might actually do something stupid, and I really would rather they didn't do that. See if this guy can bring frog tips back. Actually, yeah, I should try and work for. Okay, they're DMing me again. I can go back to my goofing. So I respond with, I'll have you know, I can't afford organic followers. I have to buy them wholesale. The person's response is, why? Am digital marketer. Why? Am digital marketer. I work on Fiverr platform. Uh-huh. But you said you have organic. I can't afford organic. Anyway, I'm getting this person banned from the Discord that they're reaching out to me from. Just give me a second here.
Many people ask me, Nikita.
Hi, Ryan.
The блин.
You might be getting sick. Oh shit. Well, that sucks. Like, stay home from work sick? I'm fucking with some dude who I think is trying to scam me for money. So that's how my day's going. That sucks, though. I hope that you feel better sooner rather than later. Anyway, I'm done fucking around with this person. Yeah, because he's just getting annoying now. He's just like linking me Fiverr links, and I'd rather not stream that. My throat hurts, so it's not COVID, but I'm not. You're not someone who will go into work with potentially infecting sick with anyway. So yeah, yeah. I know that actually. You know, honestly, a lot of people have just been getting random colds because nobody. Well, you know, a lot of people isolated last year, right? So a lot of people didn't get last year's cold. So last year's cold is now suddenly blowing up. According to the people on the Discord server that this person came from, but anyway, the person's supposedly a bot that's been jumping from Discord to Discord and trying to scam people for money, which is cool. Like that's the level that Discord has hit in fame now. Is there's just bots that are like, hey, give me money, which is brilliant. Except sore throat and a slight body ache. Sounds like you have a cold, sir. I'm pretty sure my followers are free range. I mean, come on. There isn't enough of us here to be factory farmed. Although, to be fair, actually, I did get follow botted a couple days ago, so there's probably like a half dozen followers in there that are still fake, but most of them got deleted within the first day because I went through and deleted most of them. There was like, I deleted like 250 accounts. Yeah, it was when I was streaming Humankind. They, or not Humankind. It was when I was streaming Jupiter Hell. I think that there's a bot that, or either a bot or a person that just goes after whatever top selling games are on Steam via Twitch. They just go into Twitch and they just bomb the top streams with like racial slurs and shit, and it's, you know, pleasant, fun, wholesome stuff. It's always a good time. It was actually kind of weird when it happened because it's been a long time. What a great person. Yeah, it's lovely. Hey, Prozac. Good day to you, too. You miss wholesome trolling? I miss song awareness. That's all I'm going to say. Is I miss dong awareness. That was some good, healthy, wholesome trolling. Fun for the whole family. Kind of surprised I haven't actually, like, dropped a dwarf through the floor yet up here. I'm gonna be honest. Kind of surprised I haven't. Ken M is your favorite troll? Please enlighten me. I'm not sure I'm familiar with Ken M. The obligatory 8, yeah. Well, normally you see the 8 equal D. Hot dog awareness, you know it. You know it. Raise your dongers, friends. Hold them high. I don't know. I don't believe that trolling was ever necessarily wholesome. I just believe that there's levels of trolling which is like it's funny. Like I've always stated it's like if you're gonna troll, be good at it. Problem is most people who troll are not good at it. You know, like if you're gonna be a troll, be funny. You know, be amusing. Don't be rude. Don't hurt anybody. Just be funny. Everybody loves a good heckler, and everybody loves somebody who's funny. But problem is a lot of trolls stop being funny really quickly and move into either annoying or harassy. I am removing a building. This building was where I was breeding monkeys like 150 years ago, but I want to change it into an entryway for my what do you call it? Trade caravans. So this whole kind of plaza area right here is getting rebuilt. I'm going to remove this building here. We're going to put something else in. Oh, so this is a user named Ken M? I mean, most of my mods are trolls to varying degrees of trolls. I mean, come on, one of my mods is named Stoned Hobo, and I also have King the Space Disco Fox. Like, there's no way in hell either of those aren't trolls. I mean, I am kind of a troll, too, in a lot of ways. Like, I started the stream off playing literal sound effects from, Pac-Man. Like, serious memes only. Yeah, no crappy memes.
Primeval's up, you.
/r Ken M. Hold on. Oh, it's a Twitter person. I get you. Always fight for the uptrodden. They always tread artfully, those guys. Okay. What happened to the 5-pound bags of dry baby food? What? Talking about giving... Okay, I understand why you like this person. I understand now why you like that troll. That's funny. Because that's genuinely just, like, harmless, like, funny trolling. I need to make a pick and 2 ballista arrows. I think it was just 1 pick. Yes, just 1 pick. Kind of reminds me of Drill on Twitter. Although Drill, I don't know if Drill is necessarily harmless trolling, though. Chad, is Drill a harmless troll? For those of you who know who I'm talking about. Nihilistic Arby's. It's kind of like the last Blockbuster's Twitter account. Which is just like, please stop parking in the customer-only parking. I almost bought Drill's book. That's how much I like Drill. I realize that a lot of people kind of hate that type of internet speak, but I don't know. It's like my era of internet bullshit, and I love it. Yeah, I mean that's why Drill is famous on Twitter anyway. Drill originally came from like I think it was MySpace, but Drill's first ever tweet was literally just no. Which is still pinned on his Twitter account from 2008. As he was always like a MySpace person first. If we don't study the mistakes of the future, we're doomed to repeat them. Yeah. This is true. This is true. This is why we need to get Doc Brown in the time machine. like ASAP, right? You know, if I drop a dwarf through one of these floors, they're gonna fall for a really long time, because there's like so many thin layers of floor beneath this. They're gonna go through like 4 or 5 Z levels. Well, this seems to have fixed the frame rate, so that part's nice. Oh, boy. It's just like Frog Tips. Frog Tips is harmless trolling. Frog Tips is definitely like a troll website. That whole site is just like a troll. But it's the best kind of trolling. Because it's genuinely very funny. So I guess what Ken M is suggesting is that we need to watch a lot of Star Trek so we know what's going on in the future. And like 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. I think that's what Ken M is suggesting. We need to we all need to replay Mass Effect so that the Reapers don't get us. But yeah, no, I tend to agree with you, Ryan. I too miss the days of wholesome trolling. When trolls weren't just immediately written off as like the worst thing to happen to the internet. It's like, oh, you could kind of get away with a bit more because people tolerated trolls more. The internet was just a wilder place back then. Well, I mean, it's like this guy that I used to play shooters with years ago. Like, I used to play, like, Counter-Strike and stuff with him, named Pimp Stick. It's probably one of the best trolls I ever met. He was just such a fucking funny dude. He had a great voice, too. Just this really, 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 really deep voice. We just pop onto comms and everybody would be like, whoa! It's like, sup, everybody. It was very funny. I can't really, like, repeat anything that he said, but, like, he was always just a very, very, very funny dude. Now it's like funny trolling is just kind of, like, relegated to username puns. It's like every now and again you'll run into somebody with a really good username, but, like, outside of that, it's like, that stuff just doesn't exist anymore. It's just kind of gone, unfortunately. What, that you had a good voice, Ryan? Huh. Well. So if you're feeling sick and you don't go into work tomorrow, you want to record a podcast tomorrow? After we both have tickets to Under Oath. Hex Ranch, what's up? It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. I'm like, actually, like, I was like, when I saw just Every Time I Die. I'm like, I like Every Time I Die, but do I need to see Every Time I Die? And then I was like, this is a venue I'm not super into. And then I was like, oh, it's Every Time I Die and Under Oath? Okay, actually, never mind. I'm going to go to a venue I don't like. That made up that decision real quick. We are deconstructing a building, Hex Wrench. Well, I mean, I like Every Time I Die, but they're not a band I go out of my way to listen to. Like, I respect the hell out of the music they write, but it's like, it's not something that I listen to frequently. But Under Oath? Yep. Yep, I will go see Under Oath. Can't seem to reach Reddit from the Netherlands. Well, Reddit seems to be working just fine here. Is the internet still just exploding? Because the internet's been exploding on and off for a while. You know, it's very rare to see a meme at the top of like the Dwarf Fortress subreddit because they usually just ban memes. This is not even a good meme because it should be you strike metal ore, and it's like something that's actually useless. Galena's useful. You can make Warhammer out of that. It's very useful. It could have been like Sulfurite or something that's useless instead of like an actually kind of really useful ore. Like just Galena and adamantine, done. Yeah, exactly. Bismuth. Like that's a good one. It's like bismuth. It's like you ain't making no bronze. It's just bismuth. Of lead from cup. Yeah, exactly. Like you get all the lead for the furnitures and cups and various crafts and things, and then everything that doesn't get made into that gets, you know, used in the rest of the stuff. I think Galena is very useful. Shitty meme is shitty. 2 out of 5. I literally only saw that because Animal made me check Reddit. See if Reddit was down. You're not expecting it, but you want it? I really like their most recent album, actually. Like, of course, I would like a few classics. I don't know if the vocalist is actually capable of doing that stuff. Like, that's kind of the problem there, is it's, like, more a issue of being able to actually sing that stuff, because he wrecked his voice, but that and their original drummer who used to do vocals isn't in the band anymore, so. Well, I need to look up the name of the song. But, like, their most recent stuff has a lot of bangers in it. It's like I don't know if you'll necessarily get a, like, performance of Writing on the Walls, but who wouldn't want that? Oh, also, I haven't listened to their most recent stuff, but apparently they've put out a new album, so. Yeah, I don't know. One of their drummers actually played for Every Time I Die. It's such a weird band's history, though. Like Under Oath. It's such a weird history for a band. Yo, we're a Christian metal band. Actually, we're not really a Christian metal band. we were just a Christian metal band because otherwise we wouldn't have been allowed to start a band. We're just a metal band now. Also, we broke up. Now we're back together. Now we broke up again. Now we're back together. Now we're doing our final reunion tour. Now we're putting out a new album. Now we broke up. Now we're back together. Although half of the band is in another band now, then they broke up, and then everybody's back together, and now they put out a new album, and now they're on tour again. It's like they're just, like, playing musical chairs. Ryan. If you don't know, like, Under Oath is a metalcore band that's been around since, like, the early 2000s. But they started off as, like, a Christian metalcore band. But, like, I don't know. They're just a lot of fun. They're just kind of all over the place. They're very, like... I don't know. I really like them. Even though their music has changed a whole bunch over the years. That early 2000s of Christian metalcore? Have you ever, like, dug into the stuff on Metal Theologian's channel that's, like, 80s Christian death metal? Because he's got so much of that stuff in his record collection and talks about it quite a bit. It's a rabbit hole. It's just, like, super over the top like 80s death metal, but like also repent of your sins and take communion. It's like such a back and forth, like doesn't know what it is thing. It's very amusing. I almost feel like a bad person laughing at that stuff, though. Also, I just realized I cut down these dwarves only way down. Because these dwarves are now all stuck up here. Man, I'm going to be listening to a lot of Under Oath in the next week, I think. What's up, Cursed Metal? What band, right? For a second there, I thought you were going to start talking about Static Dress. I was like, yeah, I know. Speaking of, when are they putting out music? Close Your Eyes? That sounds very familiar. A horse has been missing for a week. Did I forget to feed a horse? I think I forgot to feed a horse. I may have starved a horse to death, chat. I'm trying to think of like the last like kind of mid-2000s. The last mid-2000s metalcore band I got into was probably Sonic Syndicate. But I remember like I had like a week-long listening sprint of Ocean's 8 Alaska. Which is not a very good band. So we are moving the trade depot down here instead of having to walk so far.
Bring out your dead.
Dong. Yeah, no, not proud of listening to Ocean's 8 Alaska for like a week. I also had a friend introduce me to Attack Attack relatively recently, which I thought was really funny. They were just like, yeah, I'm going to show you some music that I was into in high school. It shows me Attack Attack. I'm like, oh, I've heard this. And they're like, why have you heard this? Nobody's heard this. I was like, well, see, I listened to this ironically. Like, I went into this thinking it was extremely stupid, thought it was extremely stupid, and got a lot of entertainment out of it because of how stupid it was. I got into this because I thought it was a joke. It was literally one of the biggest bands in high school. Yeah, right? Like, Attack Attack was huge for like a week. Like they had like that one album and that one song that blew up, and they invented crabcore, and we all laughed at them, and then we moved on with our lives. No, it isn't an impossible fine meal because the closest thing we'll have left is the remainder of the brine meal. I don't know. We got into arguments with kids over whether or not Attack Attack was post-hardcore for 4 fucking years. I mean, they're crabcore, but in reality, it's like it's scene girls music. It was like girls that were way too into trying to be emo, but not emo. There's certainly not post-hardcore. I've never heard a post-hardcore band that has techno breakdowns in the middle. So find me a post-hardcore band that has like techno 90s rave breakdowns, and we'll talk. Because stupid people are making the fucking rules. See, I tend to agree with you, but also I will argue it to the fucking death because I like arguing about things. It's just like, you know, roguelikes, right? I will do that with music genres as well. I'm just one of those. And I suppose I will always be one of those. I'm just doomed to, like, inevitably be one of those for all eternity. All right. Well, we got. What the fuck is that? Oh, right. Yeah. Feather egg yolk. Green eggs and ham. Green eggs and elf. Gross. So wait, hold on a second. Were kids arguing that Attack Attack was post-hardcore, or were they arguing that it wasn't post-hardcore? I'm confused. Ryan. Because the term crabcore, I've always thought of as just a joke. You were arguing that it wasn't? I mean, it's not. It's post-hardcore adjacent, for sure. No, please, come on, Lump. I don't want to put an underscore in there. Ah, then I hit D instead of E. Oh well. Close enough. I mean, the term new metal has bothered me for a very long time. So it's like Nintendo presents new metal. New with umlauts, yes. We don't use neo in these parts. Yeah, we write new. Or, that kind of shit. What do I actually need right now? You know, let's make another 400 rock crafts and get rid of all those boulders that I've now dug up from the old constructions. No, Ryan, it's too far. You went too far. You went off the deep end. It's true cult metal, not true cult new metal. We can't handle this. Metal is very serious genre that takes itself too serious. Speaking of metal, Wolf Hex releases in just a few days. I just want to know what Canadian Denim Mountain Attack is, which is the name of track 2 that I haven't heard yet. Canadian Denim Mountain Attack. If you don't know what I'm talking about this album right here. Wolf Hex by Wormwitch. Track 2 on it is titled Canadian Denim Mountain Attack. I want to know what that sounds like. Very excited. Because any death metal or black metal or sludge metal or whatever Canadian band that has the word Canada in the title of a song is always very good. It's just the reason, it's the same reason why Trans-Canadian Anger is one of the best metal albums ever written, in my opinion. Because it's called Trans-Canadian Anger. Shoutouts to Dope Throne. And my dudes over at Dope Throne. Fantastic Canadian metal band. I'm still shocked that, like, Cyrolac has never really tantrumed. Kind of shocked by that. No, that's something I'm not familiar with, Tamika. That is something I am not familiar with. Cost Lord, how are you doing mentally? A lot better. Hell yeah. How about Jack Nurek? Also doing a lot better. Good stuff. Doing a lot better. This dwarf was a little bit depressed, so I put them in the military to let them train for a bit to see if that would fix. And it seems to be. It seems to be fixed. Or being fixed. And it looks like our renovations are going pretty good. You just miss Fear Before, Blood Brothers, and Botch. I missed the... I know you don't like this band, Ryan, but I missed the time when I actually enjoyed Bring Me the Horizon. You know? Like, old Bring Me the Horizon. Those first, like, 3 albums I loved. I loved. I wish I could be in that headspace again where I liked that. I just dislike everything that they do now so much that I just... Ugh. What's the date? It is the 4th of Obsidian, late winter, 293. Fourth of Obsidian. So we got like, what, 1 month left in winter? Ballista arrows and animal traps. Yeah, plenty of everything, so we should be able to make all of the stuff. Because you know how shit your music tastes are? Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, are there any post-hardcore bands that I listened to back in the day that still exist? I mean, I listened to 68, which is the vocalist of The Chariot, who I used to listen to quite a bit. When did I start this fort? In the game years, I started on year 5, and we're on year 293. I started this fort August 26th, 2020. August 26th, 2020. Which is like a week from today. 1 year ago. Yeah, so we've been in this fort for a while. You just got a Chariot album a couple years ago. I don't have a follow age command because there's no reason to. You can literally just click your own username. You followed me February 1st, 2020. And you made your account April 20th, 2017, and you were previously subscribed to the channel 2 months, and you've sent 822 messages in the chat. I mean, the number of hours actually matters, whereas follow age really doesn't. Like, there are people that, like, I had somebody in my chat the other day who followed me in 2016 and was just trying to figure out why they were following me. I'm like, wait, so you've literally never watched my stream and you followed me in 2016? It's like, feel free to just unfollow. Like, you don't need to actually figure out why you're following me. It's like, if you're here for the first time since 2016, like, whatever. How many messages have you sent? I think it caps out at 999. Yeah, 999 plus. You have 2 mod comments too, Stone. One from B-Lug, which is, this guy is so neat, needs a mod comment. And then one from me, which says, always needs a gifted sub. Fear Before has a song called Hey Kid, I'm a Computer, Stop All the Downloading. What? That sounds like a very late 2000s song title. To fix the capitalization on your names? I mean, Twitch's thing are not easy to find. 2004? Yep. Animal has 1 mod comment, which is, takes jokes to the next level from Sirgaz from 2019. Apparently you take jokes to the next level. And Ryan Stone has 1 mod comment from 2019 from Sirgaz that says, connoisseur of gabber. Nope, you don't have any from Hobo, just the one from Sirgaz. Which is just connoisseur from Gabber. You have none, Pilot. You've also never been banned or timed out. So, shoutouts to that. Mods can put mod commands on streamers, on the streamer's account, yeah. I have none, though. least you got that going for you. I mean, hey, it's something that you can put on your resume. Has never been banned from twitch.tv/blindIRL, and that's kind of an achievement. How do you see this? Click on your own name. Well, actually, you can't because you're not a mod, so you'll never see the one mod note that you have on it unless you ask me, and then I'll read it. You have a mod note from me mid-2020 which says, is really scared of getting banned. So, you know. What's up, Ultimate? How's things? My bot has two. My bot has two mod commands from one person who no longer watches this stream, which I'm just going to remove. And then one from Sergaz that says, takes all the investments, that greedy fuck. Why would I ban you, Axon? You've given me no reason to. You need to show your old Eves. All right. I'm sending this to Ryan. It's from 2019 too. How many messages do you have? 999 plus. I can tell you that without even looking. Yeah, 999 plus. Most people who talk here most days have 999 plus messages. Verbalix, what's up? Meanwhile, Verbalix has 4 messages in the chat. Yeah, I mean, you've gotten more active in recent days. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like some of you guys have been watching me for a very long time, yet, like, a lot of you only followed, like, and don't take this the wrong way by only followed, but a lot of you started watching the stream in, like, 2020. You headed to bed early today, Animal? We'll see you when we see you. Have a good one. Nope, you have to be a mod to see that stuff. You've sent 999 plus messages, Piticato. And you've been following since December 19th, 2015. You made your account in March 8th, 2015. Piticato, quietly major OG. Lots of rumors being shared. Shit. 2020 2020 gang! Yeah, pretty much. 2019 is when you quit Eve. Oh, really? Huh. All right. I remember you were, like, still at war in, like, 2018. It's like, what are you doing? I'm at war. I mean, what are you doing? I'm logged into 11 Eve accounts, and they're all parked in a station. And I'm waiting to go blow up and then park in a station again. Lifetime ago? Pretty much. I go back and watch my old VODs from 2019 because there's a few, or from like 2015 on my YouTube channel every now and again because there's a handful of them and they're awful. It's like I don't actually understand why anybody followed me back then. Like genuinely, I have no idea. Yep, that's what we started off with. Modded PC games. This channel's always been niche. It's just been in various niches. You remember when there was like 5 people watching this stream? It's really funny when people approach me now and they're just like, "Oh, but like look at how far you've come and how much you've achieved." It's like, I don't know about that necessarily. Vinsati, you need a hat. Where did your hat go? I don't like this hatless Vinsati. It scares me. Tamika, you fixed the capitalization. Hell yeah. Filling up my road a little bit. But now we can start to put all of these rocks away. I mean, yeah, I'd say people kind of are, in my opinion, have been around for a while once they've been watching me for 2 years. If you've been watching me for 2 years, you've been around a while. Haas, thank you very much for checking a sub at Vim. Welcome back to the ad-free viewing crew. Cheers. Oz, thank you. Over 200 hours! Pog. Oh yeah, man. It's been almost 5 years. It's been almost 5 years. Yeah, man. I don't know. Every year that I've realized how long I've streamed, like November 14th will be not 5, not 6, 8 years that I've been streaming. 8 years. 8. It's a very long time. And welcome back, Ben. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Yeah, I mean, it was right after my, I guess 2016 would have been, because November 14th, 2013 was when I first started streaming. I streamed up until, like, springtime that year, and then I stopped for a summer because I was homeless. And then I came back. But I didn't really have any audience the first round. And then people kind of started following in 2014 into 2015. I think I got like, it was like 20, 30 followers in the first like 2013 period of streaming, and then I got to like 150 in 2014. And then after that, it actually started to grow a little bit, but was still very slow sailing for a long time. And now I see people who are like, oh yeah, it took me a year to get partnered. And I'm like, it took you a year to get partnered? Took me a year to like get 20 followers. Christ. Shit was hard back then. Shit was tough. We're into late winter. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I need to pee. I will be back in a sec. 2 cups of coffee will do that. Ah, I've arrived just in time. The annual tribute from Busty Just Muck has arrived. I think Stone's around, so paperwork season. Looks like they got an anvil. We had a dwarf die of old age. Chat, no, this one requires a fucking funeral and a half. He was carrying the plant he loved. Strawberry plants. Darren has passed away of old age. They were in the 150s, I think. This one's getting a statue.
Bring out your dead!
Damn. 294. Lived longer than any of your dwarves. We need to give you another one and see if you have better luck, Ryan. Actually, I think lived longer than... I think lived during and outlived both of your dwarves, actually. What, the one where your dwarf finally dies after being here for so long? I love the fact that you died carrying strawberry plants, though. That's something that I do actually love. Because I remember reading in your dwarf's description that you loved strawberries. Actually, I think it was strawberry wine specifically. Both of your dwarves died being beaten. One of them died in a fist fight. The other one got beaten to death, yes. Statue in the strawberry patch? We could do that. I didn't actually think about that, but we could do that. This dwarf was always so easy to keep happy because they loved strawberry and strawberry wine, so they were always super happy about having a splendid drink. Always like ecstatic about having a splendid drink. But, you know, the changing of the guard. Yep, you inadvertently made a very happy dwarf. Well, one of the dwarves fought back. The other one just died being beaten, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I could put the statue of the dwarf in the strawberry fields, or I could put the statue of the dwarf in their tomb. Darren, what do you think would be better? Would you like a statue of you next to the strawberry fields? Or do you think we should just put it in the tomb? Because I could absolutely put it next to the strawberry field. That would not be a problem. I really hope I have a free tomb. There's just so many tasks getting done right now. Tribute report. Oh, that's an easy one. Oh no, iron anvil. Tomb with the cask of wine. Alrighty, we'll do it. I mean, I could engrave some images of strawberries on the walls. We could do that. People are making noise outside. A fine tribute. I mean, it's a very dwarfy tribute, honestly. Like that's a very important tool for any dwarf. I feel like giving a dwarf a anvil as a tribute is like giving a human a cheese basket. You know what I mean? Wonder how that would taste. I would imagine it is a very sweet wine. Just Googling strawberry wine right now to see what pops up. Apparently it's a song and a music video. Very brightly colored. It's like pink. Award-winning strawberry fruit wine. Looks like a dessert wine. Just looking at it. Like, this looks like something that you'd get with, like, rosé. Kenran, with that Prime subscription. Thank you very much for the brand new subscription. Cheers. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the dwarfs and stuff. Big thanks. Someone is coming to haul that body eventually, but there's just too many other things going on. There's too many things going on. You know, honestly, I'm going to jump to you, Evil Trick. Okay, you already have that labor. How about you? You also have that labor. Okay, who hasn't? I need someone to remove this body. But thank you very much for helping us crawl back up to that 300 sub mark. We held 300 subs for quite a while. Basically since June. Ah, there we go. Dwarf finally came and picked up body. Who's carrying you? Evil Trick? Well, that's fitting. And thanks for also gifting a sub. Cheers. Thank you much. And the dwarf put the corpse into the tomb, and I think... There we go. And I will engrave an image of... specify new image, plant, strawberry plant. Oh, well, keep working. Just... Sure. That's what we'll call it. The Counselor of Labor. Done. An image of a strawberry plant. Can't often catch the stream, but you watch lots of the YouTube videos, so it's about time. Well, thank you. Cheers. I'm glad you like the YouTube videos. It's like... The YouTube videos are kind of the main source of promotion I have for this Twitch channel these days. But thank you. To be fair, like, the majority of what goes up on that YouTube channel is more or less just the same as, like... As like what I have going on the channel anyway, so it's mostly just VODs. At a point. Selling 2 prepared food plots. Well, it's like VODs plus. VODs plus and asterisk. But we are currently clearing out all of these boulders from some old deconstructed buildings. Maybe make this into a new plaza or something. I'm not sure what, but I'm thinking about maybe making this like, because this is partially outdoors. I don't know, maybe trying to make it into something where people will gather a little bit. I don't know. I'm still trying to deal with the cave adaptation problems. We DDDD ye elves, yes. They do indeed. I used to watch the Twitch around Jupiter Hell when AA. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, no, Jupiter Hell going into early access was a very quiet event. It wasn't exactly a particularly noticeable thing. Fortunately, a lot more people know about that game now that it's out of early access, but cheers. Thanks a lot for the subscription and the gift. Helping keep this channel funded. I'll say that's like probably months worth of YouTube ads. The YouTube channel is really weird for me personally, like just as somebody who's been doing this for a really long time. For one reason specifically. It's really weird because I've streamed for a very, very, very long time. And I'm very, very, very used to like a Twitch audience, right? And Twitch audience is very much just, you know, it's very live feedback, like you just talk to people. And so you kind of have a pretty good idea of how many people are actively paying attention, how many people are watching, and it feels very tactile and real. Whereas YouTube, it tells me I got 117,000 views in the last 30 days. None of that feels real. I don't know why. It's like, there's YouTube comments, and they pop up a couple times a day. And, like, I get a few dozen comments on bigger videos that do well, and handfuls on the smaller ones. But, like, it doesn't feel real to me. Like, you could tell me that that's all fake, and I would believe you. Like, it's really hard to quantify the number of people that actually watch the stuff on YouTube. You know, like, I put up a video that's just, like, you know, a 5-hour VOD, and then I'll look at the stats a week later, and it'll be like 4% of the people made it to the end, and it'll get like 200 views. And it'll be like, okay, that doesn't feel like anything. Nobody actually watched that in my head. That's what my head tells me. But in reality, it's like, no, people are actually watching it. And it's very hard for me to wrap my head around, I guess. You haven't seen a comment you trust as real in ages? I should comment on your stuff more. I leave likes sometimes. When I watch your videos, I usually leave a like. Stone. I'm not a big commenter, though. Although, something that I thought was really weird. I was watching, like, old concert footage, and I stumbled on this, like, 1990s show by, I want to say it was Pearl Jam. And I was just watching it and enjoying it. And I went to go like look at the comments section, and I had the most upvoted comment from like 9 years ago. I was like, whoa, all right. I don't remember doing that at all, but okay. I also don't remember watching this video at all, but okay. It was a very weird moment. Very, very, very weird moment. Because your real name is associated with all your comments. You know it takes like 5 clicks to make a different YouTube channel, right? Like you literally just go to the account section and you can just make a new channel and name it whatever the fuck you want. And then you don't have to associate your real name. And then Google associates them on the back end. So Google knows that you're the same person, but as far as anybody watching knows, like you can't tell. So you can very easily just avoid that with making a separate alias. It'll give you a separate subscriptions list and everything too. You've had that happen before? Yeah, no, like that's it's really weird when that happens. It's like, why was I watching Pearl Jam 9 years ago? It's like, where was I 9 years ago? Watching footage of Pearl Jam live. Probably longer than it needed to. I mean, it's more of a willingness to want to actually do it than actually doing it, right? Like if you're not willing to do it, that's fine. But you know, and then you can comment. If you just don't want to comment on YouTube videos, that's also totally fine. Totally a reasonable thing to just not want to comment on YouTube videos. Like someone else commenting about your profile image? Am I listening to Eddie Vedder? No, I think I just like Pearl Jam. Also improve my English. What? Are you saying my English is bad? Oh, you referencing it. Okay, I was going to say somebody else commenting about your profile image would be weird. Yeah, basically. Ultimate, basically. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, there's lots of things that I could do to make my online presence more manageable for me. And there's a lot of things that I didn't do for a really long time, and I'm really happy that I've gone and done them now. And that kind of goes for every single social media platform to a degree. You can make your online presence as pleasant for yourself as you want to make it. You can also make it as unpleasant for yourself as you want to make it. And if something like being able to post comments because it's no longer associated with your real name is a benefit, maybe do that. You know? Maybe it's just better to have that. Because, like, I can still look at a list of everybody who's subscribed to me as well. Which is actually kind of weird because it lets you sort by most subscribers. So I can tell whenever a famous person subscribes to my YouTube channel. And there's some really random people that are subscribed. Okay, fair enough. I mean, there's a lot of like. You could probably say that about like Motorhead too, though, right? Maybe it's just lead singer's named Eddie, vocalist's named Eddie. Eddie, Lemmy, same thing. You're right. His name wasn't Eddie. Why did it? Brain. Don't that only work with public subscriptions? No, because it's not technically public. But I don't actually. Maybe it does. Maybe it does lock it if you don't have them set to public. But like, I can literally just go look at a full list of people that are subscribed to me. No, because having public subscriptions puts it, because like I don't have public subscriptions, but I pop up in people's channels like that. At least I thought that was how it works, but maybe I'm wrong. Mayhaps I'm mistaken. But I thought it was just anybody. But anyway, like, it was weird getting a notification that Krug Smashed had subscribed to me, for example. Okay, maybe I guess you're probably correct then, because you have a much smaller pool. But like I've got this like one channel that has like 500,000 subscribers that subscribe to me, and the only thing that they've uploaded is a bunch of Korean dramas to YouTube that they probably definitely should not have the rights to. But like the only thing they've done is they've uploaded like a bunch of seasons of this Korean drama without subtitles. It's very confusing to me. It's like, I wonder why this person is very interested in Dwarf Fortress news. And also Korean dramas, I guess. Is it named Blind? Because I think I might know who that is. It was Alien. So because you say it was Alien, I'm now just imagining a Korean drama about food with also chest exploders and face grabbers. You're reading a book on grief. I want to say that sounds like be sarcastic and say that that sounds unpleasant, but also I feel like that may be fascinating reading. I need to finish my second route through procedural generation and game design so I can start reading this. Chest bursters and face huggers, yeah. Yeah. But I just need to finish reading procedural generation and game design for a second time so I can read this. And then lend procedural generation and game design to my dad. Because he wants to read that shit. You would watch that, not gonna lie. I mean, it would be like Kung Pao Enter the Fist, but of Korean dramas. Look at all those wheelbarrows. So I need to put a new building here. How am I going to do this? I think I might also rip down... Why does that go? Oh, all the way up to that. Okay, so I need to leave that pillar in the middle. I don't need to leave it, but I'm going to leave that pillar in the middle. Let's get rid of those roofing bits first. Okay, although I gotta do these one at a time. Have their subscriptions set to public? Interesting. Okay. Then I guess do I show up in that list? Because I do not have my subscription set to public. Okay, so over here there's a detailed image of a purple jumping spider. The Ardent Maw. Engraved on the wall is a finely designed image of a jumping spider by Aqua. And it's covered in blood, so it's like an invisible tile. Like I just can't see this tile. This tile's just gone. It's just a single dot image, and it's like covered in blood, so it's virtually invisible. Okay, so you can't see me there. Yeah, okay, that's because I don't have my subscription set to public. Interesting. I just learned about how the back end of YouTube works. Oopsies. I have my subscription set to not public because I subscribe to some YouTube channels that I don't want people to see. Just because, like, I don't know, I need some semblance of privacy somewhere. Learning. Thing I used to do a lot when I was a child. Then I grew up. You passed your 3-year anniversary of not playing Eve, I guess? My mom's gaming channel? What? So, chat, does anybody remember that Aliens game that I put up on my stream? So you know that Aliens game that I showed on the stream earlier to be like, I guarantee you this is going to be garbage. Like not 20 minutes ago, or not 2 hours ago. It was like earlier today. I was just like, yo, look at. It's like I can tell if a game's going to be bad just based on like the stuff. It's this, right? Aliens Fireteam Elite. Guess who literally just got code for it? They sent me a key. Cool. I'm actually gonna say yeah to that because fuck yeah, I'm gonna try the new Aliens game if I don't have to pay for it. Hell yeah, mate. Hell yeah. I'll play that game. It'll probably be terrible. I do not expect that game to be any good. They've changed the name of it like 4 times in the last few months. It was originally called Aliens Fireteam. Then they changed it to Aliens Fireteam Marines and something, and then they shortened it to just Fireteam Elite. So it was just called Aliens Fireteam. They shortened it. They made the title longer, and then they shortened it, and then they made it longer again. So I don't know what's going on with that, but. Aliens, game over, man. Aliens, give the license to Epion! What? Yeah, they were having copyright issues with another. It was like some unreleased Tom Clancy game that they were having problems with because there's a Tom Clancy game called Fireteam that apparently got canceled, but they still have the rights to the name for it. It was something with Ubisoft. I remember reading about it like not too long ago. But yeah, they were having like naming issues with some Clancy name. Cause like fucking Ubisoft and their Clancy madness, they've just been like grabbing every single possible name for a Tom Clancy game, just nonstop. Hold on, what did they change the name to? Let me find it. It was supposed to be out on August 21. Where was the actual... What was the other name? Okay, so it was Aliens Fireteam was the original name. Then it was Aliens Fireteam Genesis. And then it was just Aliens Fireteam, and now it's Aliens Fireteam Elite. Yeah. It's a horde mode FPS against aliens. I just think it's really funny that I was like making fun of that game earlier today. And then it's like, hey, we're sending you key for it. All right. If you insist. That might be, if I stream that game, that would be what I title it. It would be Elite Fire Alien Team. Go brrrr. Quite some time ago, yeah. Tom Clancy. Well, here's the thing. Tom Clancy is dead. Tom Clancy Jr. now runs the family estate. But Tom Clancy sold his name to Ubisoft outright, so he doesn't actually have right to his own name anymore. And the family doesn't have the right to his name, so they can literally do whatever the fuck they want with it. Tom Clancy has been a brand for a very long time. Aliens Fireteam Bravo Elite Genesis. 2. Don't forget that bit. But yeah, no, the Ubisoft bought the rights to the Clancy name a long time ago. All right. Not bad for mid-spring. We got like 3 buildings deconstructed. So far, so good. So far, so good. Also, should probably deconstruct all of the stuff in the old library, because this hasn't been a library in a very long time. Maybe I can do something new with this room. Why are we tearing stuff down? I'm doing some renovating. Time for some new scenery, you know what I'm saying? I've been staring at the same buildings for the last 150 years. It's time to do something different. Pretty much, yep. Just gun fetishism and other nightmares. Can't wait for Assassin's Creed Tom Clancy. I'm kind of surprised they haven't made a Tom Clancy's like Battle Royale game yet. Although they probably have, and I just didn't notice. Have they made a Tom Clancy Battle Royale yet? I mean, I already did move the trade depot, but... how many apples is too much? The tools aren't free, milord. Let's not boogie, all right? But this dance isn't fit for dancing anyway. Bees drown fish. Funny, where Gila Monster turns into couch. Organic crabs live live viewing Twitch. Life is full of itself. Only fans isn't nearby. Is Greyhound still... There we go. Done. All caught up. I mean, you want example of war fantasy porn propaganda bullshit? See Exhibit A. Escape from Tarkov. Of course it sells very well. People like their gun porn. Tom Clancy Ghost Recon Wildlands is like an open world squad-based shooter. It's not a what's it called? Oh, you mean X-Defiant, Ryan? X-Defiant, yes. Yeah, Tom Clancy's X-Defiant. You've never played a Tom Clancy game? I played Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon on the Game Boy and loved it. Actually. That was a really fun, like, stealth action game. It was like a stealth action platformer. It was a lot of fun. Very similar to the Kim Possible Game Boy game, which I borrowed from a friend for a week. Oddly enough. Maybe a slice of pie. What's up? It's good to see you. I mean, yeah, the original like Ghost Recon and Splinter Cell games are fucking classics. They're great. They're great. Well, I hope you have a good old lurk. Cheers, man. Was Splinter Cell on the OG Xbox? That's probably the only one you need to play, to be completely blunt. It's probably the only one that you actually need to play. Sure, but like, if you're gonna say that you need to play one, you could probably get away with like one of the Splinter Cell games. What, of Splinter Cell games that are worth playing? Why would I care? I guarantee you there's like 50 of them on Kotaku. And like another 35 on PC Gamer. Like, you'll be fine. And at least one on Polygon. You don't need me to make that list. You mean Aliens as in the Aliens franchise? I have no idea. I mean, you're gonna have to be more specific than that. You miss playing Rainbow Six Vegas with the boys. I miss when they made good Rainbow Six games that weren't multiplayer PvP games. But I don't know. My days of enjoying first-person shooters are kind of done, I think. Like every year I get older, I feel like I personally am less interested in the modern military FPS genre, if that makes sense. As like me as a person, I put so much energy and thought into like not war these days. It's like I think I'm just becoming like an old person, but like I put so much effort and thought into not war. I actually am starting to get to a point now where some like violence focused games are just a bit much. Like I think maybe I'm just getting kind of old. I think that might actually just be it. I think I might just be getting kind of old. Is it Extraction? I thought that they changed the name of it to X-Defiant, though. Wasn't it originally like... Oh, no. Isn't Extraction the one that was called Rainbow Six Quarantine, but they changed the name because people don't like the word quarantine anymore? I'm pretty sure Extraction was Quarantine, and X-Defiant is the one that Ryan was talking about. Because they had Rainbow Six Quarantine, which was announced in like 2019 or 2018, which is like a zombie game. They changed the name of that to Extraction. Oh, unless you're talking about the one where they're fighting aliens. Yeah, that maybe that's Extraction. But yeah, then they changed the name from Quarantine to Extraction. Animal the Third is throwing a tantrum? Well, excuse me? I didn't even realize you were upset. It was the aliens? Yeah, but I thought that was getting spun out into its own game. Or is it literally just an RS6 Siege event? Contains alien parasites. Lovely. Very unique, original idea. Good job, Rainbow Six. Ooh! That was quite the punch. You okay over there, Alien Slayer? Literally, Animal just like walked up and broke his hand. Sheesh. I don't really enjoy JRPGs. Where did that dwarf go? There you are. I don't really enjoy JRPGs. I played Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy 2 on the Game Boy when I was like a little kid, but not because like they were games I wanted to play. It was just I bought them used and they were cheap. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not much of a I'm not much of a yeah, I'm just not much of a JRPG person. They're just not for me. I don't think that they're bad. That's it. I just shrug. I'm just kind of indifferent on JRPGs. Really? Is anybody gonna go report that crime? No way in hell you got away with that. You broke somebody's hand. He's in the hospital now. Maybe we have to wait for him to finish getting his broken hand tended to. Also be interested to see the difference in viewers between Dwarf Fortress and Adventure Mode when DF releases on Steam. I don't know if there will be much difference in viewers. I think it'll be more of a difference in just streamers. Something that I thought was really funny was I was watching another, a pretty big RimWorld channel the other day. And just popped in and popped a resub, and then the streamer was just like, oh, hey, Blind, when's that Dwarf Fortress coming out? Because people always ask me that now. And I was just like, well, you know, basically just echoed what I know. And the person was like, wait, so you're saying that, like, Fortress mode is almost done? Like, yeah, Fortress mode's, like, Fortress mode is pretty close to finish at this point, right? And they were like, well, why don't they just release it? Nobody cares about Adventure mode. I'm like, well, you see, people do care about Adventure mode. They were like, no, nobody actually gives a shit about that. They should just release Fortress mode. It's like, so I don't know. I have a feeling some people will just simply completely ignore Adventure mode on the outset and never even give it a chance, which I think is kind of unfortunate, probably. Like that to me is very, 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 very unfortunate. But I kind of have a feeling that there's gonna be not necessarily be like a difference in audience. I think it'll probably be the same audience, but I do think that there are some streamers that will just straight up ignore it because it's like, oh, it's not the real game or whatever. But although I will kind of echo something that I've been seeing a lot in the Jupiter Hell Discord recently, which is, you know, most streamers who jump into a game when it's new are just there to grab the traffic, right, and then move on to the next thing. And you just want them to have as good of a first impression as possible so that they recommend a bunch of people try it. And I have a feeling people who get into the game and stick around will play Adventure mode. So I have a feeling like a lot of the big variety channels that dip in briefly won't do much with Adventure mode, but people who get into the game will. Because Adventure mode is kind of awesome. The only reason I don't do more with Adventure mode is because I'm too busy with this frickin' base, and because I think the current iteration of Adventure mode is really difficult to stream, just because of how slow it can be. And I'm really curious to see what the improved UX does to the playability of it. Because for me, it is a little bit slow in in the way that it does like dialogue and stuff, which is why I don't stream it currently. I mean, I stream it occasionally, but not very frequently. That's why I don't stream it more, is because like I'm waiting for those improvements. So I demolished that building and I'm building this little entry tunnel instead. I could even put a little drawbridge in here. No real reason to, but I could. Well, not even that. It's like having like a dialogue box in the corner instead of like just text filling up the entire screen every time you take a step would be a huge improvement too, right? I don't know. I'm really curious to see how Adventure mode changes. If Adventure mode becomes 20% more playable, it'll be a huge improvement. Not even to say that it's not playable right now, it's just it'll be significantly better, I think. All right, did anybody report that crime? Yeah, they did. Okay, against Animal. One witness. Wonder what sentence you get, Animal. No sentence pending, apparently. I gotta give it more time. 2 ballista arrows, 3 traction benches. Oh, Animal gets a beating. I just think that the launch of Steam DF is going to be very interesting in general. And I just hope that the main thing that happens is that the Addams brothers and Kit Fox make a shit ton of money. Well, Animal got his shit kicked in by the captain of the guard. And is still praying. Imagine just like standing there and praying, and then like your teeth get kicked out, and you just keep, you know, praying. And Steam too. Yeah, I wish that Steam didn't take 30%, but you know, here we are, and people defend or get mad at platforms that are not Steam and don't buy games on itch. So, I mean, theoretically, you could just buy the game on itch.io, and then they'll get an extra 20%, but Big man wants his cut. Yeah, no, Gabe does. Gabe gets his cut. You learned something fun in humankind? Well, what fun thing did you learn? We're gonna be finishing the run that we started the other day on what's it called, on Saturday. But the fact that you say ... fun, I'm worried. But then no workshop support. True. So also these are Jupiter Hell hot fixes. Wait sound is louder and has configurable volume. Adjusted some voiceover frequency, so I guess the weird condom joke is now less frequent. Random faded in class select requires 1 less rank. Disable all kinds of sticky keys when loading. Sticky keys is now completely disabled when you load Jupiter Hell, so it's impossible to get sticky keys while playing Jupiter Hell. Rare crash cause when hacking a dead enemy, and fix duplicate message request rewards, and summoner will no longer appear in challenge mortems. It's possible to just not have oil. Really? So you spawned into a mission where there is no oil? Also, I'm really sad. I missed 666 positive reviews for Jupiter Hell. Although I did just get a screenshot of 669. I hope somebody else got a screenshot of 666. You see the entire map right now and you have no oil. So does that mean it's literally impossible to build certain things? Like, how much does that brick you from getting to the end of the game? No, I'm blind. Your death of fish. But that... Wow. Yeah, that does not seem optimal. Man, children screaming outside. Yeah, that seems suboptimal. It's time to research solar power. Yeah, no, like a lot of like buildings and shit you need oil for, right? A lot of units you need oil for. Yeah, there's little children outside and they're screaming. I need to just move into an old folks home so I don't have to hear children screaming. I've joked about that for years. It's like, what if I just like moved into like a senior living apartment building and then I don't need to hear children screaming? Then I would just be the child screaming. Except I'd be the child screaming at my computer. It is summer now, by the way. You know, every now and again, I will open up the roguelike subreddit and see something like this. And I'm suddenly very curious. It's like, what is this game? It's like, I've never heard of this game. And it's downloadable from a Mediafire link. That's how you know it's an indie game. I'm just going to post this in the roguelikes room so I can look at it later. You have construction? There's construction near me, but it's not super near me. It's like past the next building, so it's pretty far away at this point. So I don't really hear the construction. I'd rather hear the white noise of construction over children screaming, though. But that's maybe just because I'm a bad person. I need a nice material. You know, let's just make this kimberlite. Of like a blue entrance. I haven't actually built any structures yet. At least that has like a countdown clock for when the noises get lessened, right? But no oil to make missiles with. Yeah, that seems really strange, Death of Fish. That seems like some weird map stuff. I don't know. Here's kind of my thoughts on Humankind from what I've played of it. It seems like an excellent structure for a 4X, but it has the problem that every 4X has, which is every 4X needs 2 or 3 expansions, right? It's just kind of the way those games are made. It's like every single one, they either start out terrible and they never get finished, right? Or they start out okay and then 2 or 3 years later are incredible. And I have a feeling that's what Humankind's going to be. It's like right now, it's like it seems pretty okay, but like in a few years it'll be incredible probably. Krabicus, it's good to hear that you're still alive. Happy to hear that. Happy to hear. I am relieved and happy to hear that you are indeed alive. You've found my worst nightmare. Ketchup? I'm expecting that's where you're going to go from there, but I could be mistaken. Because if you think that that's my worst nightmare, then you know very little about me. But I'm assuming that's where you're going with that statement. And if you think that that's my worst nightmare, you don't know me very well. No, not my worst nightmare. It's maybe something that would make me roll my eyes, but no, not my worst nightmare. I don't have anything against Toho. It's just, it's too much anime. That's all it is. Also, I'm not even remotely surprised that you found 1 hour of that. Turns out, you don't know me very well. No, that's not scary. Why would that be scary? You see, like, your worst nightmare implies a lot of very specific things. Right? None of you guys know anything about me. But then again, I don't consider listening to bad music to be a nightmare. It's mildly annoying, but certainly not a nightmare. No, my worst nightmare is like getting hit by a car again, or being told that I have cancer. Not brilliant music is very far from my worst nightmare. My worst nightmare is like finding out that, or I don't know. My worst nightmare is like realizing I'm addicted to heroin or something, or becoming addicted to a drug like that, or getting banned from Twitch, potentially, would also be a pretty bad nightmare, because then I'd suddenly lose all of my income. But listening to Baby by Justin Bieber, not even remotely close. Humans have arrived to trade. Yeah, being hit by a car again. Yeah, I've been hit by a car. Yeah, making the neuropathy come back full power. That would be a pretty bad nightmare. Getting hit by a train. That would be a pretty bad nightmare. Getting shot. That would be a pretty bad nightmare. losing my job streaming. That would be a pretty bad nightmare. Yeah, I don't know. Those are all nightmares. Anime would makes me roll my eyes, but it's not a nightmare. Toho makes me roll my eyes, but it's certainly not a nightmare. Very far from it, in fact. So, I will simply say that if if you think that you found my worst nightmare, and it's anime head pads, then all I can say to you is that. How cute. I wish my problems were that basic. What are some best nightmares? There is no such thing as a good nightmare. A nightmare is a horrible thing. A dark thing that your mind keeps repeating to you in your subconscious when you're trying to sleep. There are two types of dreams that I have when I dream. The first type is nightmares, which are horrific, and I never want to remember them. And then the other ones are the ones I forget within minutes, so I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Ganach Vasakur says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. World's the same as ever? What request do you have of our merchants? Although on the bright side, I haven't had a night terror in a while. So that's good. I was having them pretty bad at the beginning of 2016, but on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. I mean, I generally try. One of the reasons I like to sleep with weed in my system is so that I don't dream. It stops me from having night terrors and nightmares and bad dreams and all that shit. This is a nice new setup. I like this. I hope that the humans like their new trading setup. Took us a year and we got her all set up just in time. Phone call from suspected spam caller. I don't know if it's important they will call back. Clay, the mayor, has been reelected. We're going to have a lot of clothing to sell them because that dwarf died. Gremlin for mayor. Could say that again. I always check what the elves bring, and they've never brought anything fun, so starting to lose hope. Was being late for class? That can be a pretty bad one. My nightmares are never that simple. My nightmares usually involve me getting stabbed to death or shot or falling off of a very high place or something equally traumatic. I'm not identical. It's very important about my car warranty. Usually spam callers here are in Chinese, so I can't understand them anyway. So I usually don't actually ever read them. Which may have caused it. No, I've just been through crappy shit in my life. I've just been through that stuff, so. Once you've, there's certain things in life that once you've kind of experienced, it's really hard to just like rip it out of your brain. You know? Like I watched a guy get a knife stabbed through his hand when someone tried to rip a laptop out of his hands. And then I watched him walk across the room with like bleeding. And that's never gonna leave my brain. You know, I saw a dude get hit by a car once, and I remember seeing his head about 4 or 5 meters long. That's never gonna leave my brain. Just shit like that, you know? And so that's usually what most of my nightmares are, is they're like either recreations or re-imaged versions of things that I've seen in the past. You know, like this is actually like, I guess maybe trigger warning, I don't know, but you know, like when I worked in fast food, I will never forget the day that a 16-year-old kid died in our drive-thru, overdosed on some sort of opioid. We assume heroin, but we don't actually know because we only saw a needle. We didn't actually see what the person gave themselves, but was literally just like car pulls into drive-thru and then just door opens and kid falls out. Like I've seen that shit happen. And like you can only see that stuff so much before it's just like shitty dreams. They don't go away. You think about that stuff. Just it doesn't go away. So when people say things to me like your worst nightmare, it's like, nah, fucking bring it. Because you're gonna throw some meme at me and I'll be like, yeah, okay, that's stupid, but you know. And now I'm hearing construction sounds. They're like putting a pole in with a crane, I think. The doom, doom, doom cranes. Anyway, but yeah, so like that's what I talk about when I'm thinking about my nightmares. You know, like I've seen death enough times that it's just. If I was in Harry Potter, I would see the weird death horses that pull the carriages that are invisible to most people. I would see those things, whatever they're fucking called. I would see those things. 'Cause I've seen people die. And having gone through that, it's like, dreams aren't pretty anymore. They haven't been pretty for a very long time. Probably partly why I'm such a fucking obnoxious nihilist sometimes. You know? Like there's some things that they change you once you've seen them. It increased. It's gone down recently, but whoa. I was gonna say, why are we not assembling ballista arrows? Come on, get those done for the king before he gets mad. The population went up to 55 overall, but has since gone back down to 48 because I expelled some of the. I expelled a few of the merchants who were becoming problems, and all right, can we get the other one done? Yeah, okay, we are getting the other one done, and so aside from like a few merchants that were becoming problems, we had a bunch of children, but since then a couple have passed away, so it's gone up. I mean, we were down to 29 overall at one point, and we're up to like overall 48, and I'd like to get back up to 50. So yeah, the population is pretty stable currently. We also have a bunch of new married couples that recently got married in the fort. So, you know, one thing at a time, working on it. I realized I threw the wrong type of stone in there, so we got to rip those out. It's much quicker to bring all these crafts over to this now. I mean, the dwarves always need to have more babies. Hell yeah. I mean, we've still got, like, We're only like on almost year 300. Still got like 2/3 of this to go. Yeah. But anyway, sorry for being so dark there, Chad. I've been through a lot of like random shit that I don't normally talk about. Like I've talked about this stuff on stream before, but it's like I don't normally ramble about the really dark things that I've seen. Just because it's just, I don't know, it's a bit much for some people. But like in the grand scheme of things, Ultimate, it's like the shit that I've been through is like nothing. You know, like I just worked night shift in the bad side of town for like 6-7 years before moving to slightly less bad side of town. I don't know. Be nice to your night shift fast food workers, yeah? That's all I'm going to say. It doesn't matter if they treat you like shit. Just be nice to the people who work night shift in fast food. Because they've probably seen shit. Especially if they're in a crappy side of town. What do you mean? That what I've been through in the grand scheme of things is nothing? Makes it worse? Well, I mean, just because other people have had it worse doesn't really make it worse, if that's what you're saying. I'm not sure I fully understand what you're suggesting, Stone. Like, I was listening to a podcast who had a guest host on relatively recently, and their guest host was like a kid who was born in one of the smaller African countries that in the 90s that was just completely under construction, I suppose. Was like in the middle of a revolution and immediately became a religious refugee as an infant, never met their parents, and like is now living in Australia and has a doctorate in computer science and is a very talented programmer. And it's like, that's significantly worse than anything I've gone through. You know, I was in a lower middle class family that didn't have a lot of money, whose parents like retrained multiple times, but like we were never badly off, but we never were well off, right? Like we always did kind of okay. I just ended up in a lot of really shitty spots in my early adult life, I guess. Like I very much have like what's the word I'm looking for here? First world problems, you know? Sure, like maybe the darker end of first world, but still, it's still just kind of first world problems. Like, I mean, I joke about it, but like, if it exists, I've cleaned blood off of it. If it exists, I have cleaned blood off of it. Probably multiple times. Anyway, does anybody want to play Aliens Fireteam Elite with me when that comes out? It's $49.99. Maybe I could get Hobo to buy it. That's kind of expensive. It's a $50 fucking game. When is that out? It's out on the 24th of August. Is that coming to Game Pass? That seems like something that would come out on Game Pass, right? Can I just say that it's weird that Myst is coming soon to Game Pass? Myst. Coming soon to Game Pass. Myst. You want Tom Clancy's Trials Rising? I don't stream games with loot boxes in them, and every single Tom Clancy game, although this might end up having loot boxes in it. Every single Tom Clancy or every single Trials game has had loot boxes in them recently. So I tried to get into Trials Rising because you know what I might actually stream at some point because I've had the itch. I might go back and play some Trials HD. Anybody else play Trials HD back in the day? Because my God, Trials HD is incredible. Well, Trials is not EA, it's Ubisoft, so. Also doesn't look like it's coming out on Game Pass. Although 12 minutes is now out on Game Pass. Which I don't know if I should stream. I do want to play that game, though. Is anybody here going to play 12 minutes? You're surprised that Ubisoft snuck in microtransactions into Assassin's Creed Odyssey, a single-player-only game? Okay. They've been doing that for, like, 8 years. Catch up. Come on. I want to say that the first Assassin's Creed I remember hearing having microtransactions in it was like maybe Black Flag? Unity? Black Flag, both had them. Animals throwing a tantrum. Where is he? Already's punched somebody. But yeah, if you were actually surprised about that, you haven't paid very much attention to Ubisoft games in a while. I'm gonna start a fist fight with somebody. May need to expel this dwarf too. No, like they've had just like straight up progression. Like microtransaction. Okay, you just punched somebody and then punched him again. Not very effectively, but they've had straight up microtransactions like in the single player game for a very, 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 very long time. Also, I think they've had like multiplayer since like Assassin's Creed 3. I mean, it's funny because like, you know, I'm gonna say this. This is an unpopular opinion, or maybe not an unpopular opinion, but this is my opinion. You should still play video games that have shitty publishers because there are a lot of good people that work on those video games that need paychecks, and if people don't play their games, then they're not gonna get paychecks, and that's bad for everybody involved. That being said, you also want to practice martial art. Actually, you know what? Let's put you into the Eternal Hammer and get them training again. That being said, the reason I stopped playing Blizzard and Activision games was because of Overwatch and how much that game was popularizing loot boxes as a main funding platform for a video game, because I completely disagree with loot boxes as being ethical. And back when Overwatch came out, and a few people actually asked me if I was ever going to stream Overwatch, and I always said no, and they were like, why? And I'm like, because I don't want to play a game that's full of loot boxes. And people got genuinely mad at me because they were like, but this is a fair implementation of loot boxes. I'm like, there is no fair implementation of loot boxes. Have I ever streamed Cataclysm? I don't like open world survival sandbox games, really, so I try to avoid them. I've played a little bit of Cataclysm, and I really disliked the progression curve in that game. Not a fan of like the go around, scrounge resources, build thing game. It's just not really my gameplay loop. It's the same reason I've kind of avoided Unreal World, even though I own the Steam version of it, because like I just don't like open world survival strategy games. I'm also like bored shitless of zombies. Like occasionally you'll see me play games like Project Zomboid with friends in multiplayer, but that's more because it's like, oh, it's just like a social game to play with people. But I'm not interested in Cataclysm really kind of at all. I do play, you know, more recently Cogmind, but like Caves of Cud, I play more dungeon crawler roguelikes. Just like I'll probably also stay away from Elonia I really like kind of the 3 to 4 hour like finishable, winnable roguelike. So like your Brogues, your Jupiter Hells, your that sort of thing. I really enjoy those. All right, so we got a lot of witnesses, 4 and 5. Let's see what prison sentence you get. A beating. Is that really it? For 2 counts of disorderly conduct? Really? Come on. We can do better than that. Yeah, I mean, like, I respect the hell out of Unreal World, which is why I bought it. But, eh. Oh, yeah, no, we're big fans of snail racing betting here. Big fans of snail racing betting. Which is why, if you, too, are also a big fan of snail racing betting, you should go buy some War Sim for yourself on Steam so that you, too, can bet on snail races. Yeah. Also, I need to play some more of this soon, because this game's very good. Yeah, it makes decisions. This dwarf just started multiple fights. But got his shit caved in, so. Goodbye, humans. Yeah, this change to the these dwarfs are gonna be putting stuff away for a while. This big old change to the location of the trade depot seems to be helping with seems to be helping a lot with efficiency of loading the trading depot, which is good. We just do one more trade with them real quick. Perfect. But yeah, no, generally what the rotation of games is on this channel is I play Dwarf Fortress, games like Dwarf Fortress, and then just games that I'm interested in. And games that I'm interested in can vary from, like, weird, obtuse puzzle games, if I'm in a puzzle mood, to traditional roguelikes. And it's generally going to be non-action stuff. Although if they send me key for it, because they said they will, I will probably play that alien shooter at least once for an evening just to see if it's trash, because I am a big fan of the Aliens franchise and will be sad when it's trash because I'm expecting it to be trash. Yeah, well, I mean, it's perfectly... I would actually argue DF Adventure Mode is very playable right now. I just don't think it's particularly streamable for me. It doesn't really fit my style of streaming currently. I do enjoy what I've played of Adventure Mode. I'm just looking forward to it, being a bit more viewer accessible. That's the actual issue for me, is that it's not particularly viewer accessible. Like, if you watch what Krug Smash does in Adventure Mode, he makes that super accessible, but, like, I've talked to him in person about this, like, he puts more time editing the Adventure Mode videos into editing the Adventure Mode videos than anything else he does. Those are the most time-intensive videos he does, because, like, every other turn has to be cut out of footage, practically. Because especially if you've got, like, multiples in a party, every single time you take a turn, the entire screen fills up with everybody petting all the animals and everybody talking to each other, which makes streaming it very difficult. It's just not a very elegant streaming experience, which is the main reason I don't do more of it. And every time I do stream it, I always just kind of go, after about 10 minutes of that, just go, why don't I just go play Caves of Cut? And for me, it scratches the same itch without, like, being as difficult on the streaming side of things. They're discussing or pondering rainfall. It's kind of new. It's been a while since I've seen them pondering rainfall. I'm looking forward to hyperlinks in Legends, though. That's something I'm looking forward to. Having more readable Legends mode is going to be lovely. Adventure mode streaming? Oh yeah, I've talked with him about that. Not heavily, but like adventure mode is getting very streamlined. Like, even just moving that text from filling up the entire screen to just down into a little text box in the bottom left would fix that. Legends Viewer is super neat. I do actually have an install of this game with Legend Viewer hooked up to it, which I use off stream sometimes. I do always have an install with DF Hack on the current version. I just don't use it. I sometimes will move saves into it to check things, but that's very rare. Like, there was a bit there where I thought that Longdeath was bugged, so I checked, and it wasn't. Because I was getting a crash, and then after that crash, I wanted to go check to see if there was something causing problems in the background, and there wasn't, so. I will occasionally use DF Hack to test stuff, but just in minute-to-minute gameplay, don't bother. With the Adventure Craft mod? Yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious. Like, I mean, I say this every time like, I stream, right, at this point, but I'm really curious to see how the Steam version comes out, you know? Like, really, really curious. Are they still loading up, or are they stuck? I hope that they're not stuck, because that would be unfortunate. I'll give them, like, a couple more days. If they don't move, I will deconstruct the trading depot underneath them. I think that the vomit problem is getting better. Sometimes I say things about DF and I question myself what I'm saying exactly. I feel like the vomit problem is improving. Good old puke problem. Need a traction bench. How many traction benches do I have? Not actually that many. I'm gonna place those silver ones. My mayor really likes traction benches, so I keep making them. All right, I'm going to assume that the humans are stuck. I'm going to deconstruct this underneath them. Oh. Didn't actually need to. They just left. Perfect. Just took them a while to finish loading up. Goodbye, humans. Sweet. This dwarf is going to be helped a lot by standing in that waterfall and training. I don't know. The world of video games is weird right now, in my opinion. It's weirder right now than I think it's ever been. I think we're like a few bad days away, or a few bad years even, and a few legislations away from potentially falling into another video game crash. At the very least, like an indie game crash. But like, it's so weird because like indie development right now is like the same level of budget and the same level of like size teams as AAA studios were in the 90s, right? Like if we're talking about like some of the best games ever made, you know, like Legend of Zelda, like Ocarina of Time kind of deal, or like trying to think of other classics, like even games like Ultima Online, right? Or like the Looking Glass games. It's like those games are made by like 20, 30 people. And like a lot of indie studios now are that size and have similar budgets to what those games had back in the day. And it's actually kind of crazy if you think about it, because like every day we have games that are the size, the scope, and the budget of games that were our all-time classics that came out 20 years ago, right? And it's like we are so spoiled for choice now. Like Star Fox, the original Star Fox was made by like 8 people or something. Like like those games are incredibly small teams. And it's kind of bonkers to look at what game development has become in the last 20 years. It's like from multiple small cottage industries to like biggest entertainment media format in the known universe. It's crazy. Oh, Sathato seems to be enjoying that waterfall. Humans left successfully. We're now restocking the stockpile. And we can start going down here and working on this again. Boy, still so long to go though. Still so much further to go. Kind of shocked I haven't accidentally like drowned or suffocated somebody down here. By leaving them in the tube. Also, nobody's fallen in there yet. It's not too hard to display a game which doesn't look too bad. I think asset flips are pretty easy to discern, and I think people's definition of asset flip is a little bit wider than most people think it is. Like a lot of games get accused of being asset flips when maybe, yeah, they purchase their assets, but purchasing assets is not an asset flip, right? Lots of games have purchased assets. Like if I could count the number of games that I've heard that one specific sound, it's like, I can't quite describe it, but like this sound effect is in like dozens of games that I've played. And it's because people use the same audio libraries, right? Like that's very fucking common. Also, on the topic of video games, it's really nice to see 12 minutes at the top of Steam right now, because 12 minutes is made by one person from Brazil. It's really nice to see video game developers from regions that you don't normally see video games coming from doing well. Oh, of course. I mean, I don't... Forsen streams lots of fucking indie games, but that's got nothing to do with it. That game has a huge amount of hype behind it. That bloody door creak that's in so many things. Now, the one that I was thinking is like the level... It's the sound that plays in Ziggurat when you unlock a door. It's part of like leveling up in Call of Duty. It's part of leveling up in Final Fantasy, the MMO. It's in World of Warcraft. It's like in every fucking video game somewhere. Where's Animal? Animal's tantruming again. Fortunately, isn't strong enough to really do damage to any of my dwarves. What RTS? Piticato? Do I follow the blue blocks controversy? There really isn't a controversy there. It's just fanboys being morons. But what about it? Although there is a pretty good video game controversy. Oh yeah, I remember that game. I never played it, but I remember I've definitely seen like artwork from it. Animal slap somebody. I don't understand why people want a new Silent Hill game. Genuinely. They made a bunch of those. Some of them were good. Some of them definitely were not good. Some of them were good. Some of them definitely were not good. And they stopped making those. And any Silent Hill game will be connected to Konami, and Konami likes to ruin things. Why do people want a new Silent Hill game? Who fucking cares? Go latch onto some new franchise. Kojima fanboys? Stop cranking off on Kojima, Christ. He's a fucking auteur with rich friends. Who cares? Yeah. No, I mean a lot of games were shadowed by StarCraft. A lot of games were shadowed by StarCraft. Dwarves are still reporting those crimes? 29 days in prison. Excellent. Animal's going to go to prison. So they'll either fix him or fuck him up. One of the two. I don't know. People should stop harassing indie devs. Although that guy is getting a lot of like public attention on his video game that he wouldn't have otherwise, which I guess is kind of cool, but I don't know. I don't give a shit about the blue box controversy because I don't think there's a controversy to really care about. You know what is an interesting controversy though? This is an interesting story that I heard about recently. I read an article about this on PC Gamer. So Titanfall 1 apparently is basically unplayable due to hacking, right? It's just completely wrecked with hacking. And apparently Apex Legends has been having some problems, same with Titanfall 2, but mostly Titanfall 1. Titanfall 1 is basically unplayable. Like, if I go to Steam charts right now, which isn't super accurate, and type in Titanfall, Titanfall currently has 11 people playing it. So nobody plays Titanfall on PC for obvious reasons, because it's like wrecked with hacking. But recently, when you log into Titanfall now, it just gives you a full screen pop-up that says go to savetitanfall.com, and it's literally just pledging to say, hey, I would like to work for the Titanfall team to make this game freely moddable, and we want them to give us part of the source code for one server so that we could maybe mod the game and do some rebalancing, and keep playing this game indefinitely. So literally somebody is like hacking and destroying Titanfall, and at the same time then spinning around and saying, hey, Titanfall developers, hire me. Yeah, that's gonna work. So it turns out the person who was like teaching, and there's like proof because it's the same account, but there's like the same guy that was like teaching people how to hack and like destroy people's games in Titanfall is the same person that's guilty after being confined. Animals screwed. Also, I just realized I need to unchain Windatar because apparently Windatar is chained up in my prison right now. So let's just put a unicorn foal there and release Windatar because we never released Windatar. That's why I did it. Darren, that's why I did it. So the person who's been hacking Titanfall 1 is just is hacking the game out of some sort of justice to get like the source code released for that video game. Good luck. Is all I have to say to that. Good fucking luck. Was their server password hunter too? I mean, no, it's just they're just third-party cheats. Lots of games have third-party cheats. Like that's all it is. But I don't know. It's just I'm not surprised. A lot of old Call of Duty games are around the same level of quality these days too. Like a lot of those games are virtually unplayable due to hacking. Once the developers stop supporting it, like those games are basically just done. They're basically just done. I mean, Titanfall is one of the few games I own on Origin. So theoretically, I could go try it and find out. But can I just share this video with you, chat? I'm not going to stream it because it might be copyrighted, but just have a look at this wonderful snake crossing a highway. Look at this big, thick boy crossing a highway. Just going for a walk. Just going for a walk, you know? I don't know if Pilot's lurking, but Pilot would like that video. Animal traps and ballista arrows. The literal only reason I'm letting the dwarves just not do nothing for a bit is because I'm just trying to get them to put everything away. There's so much random crap that needs to be put away right now. That's a big legless snecko. I read that as big gecko. It's like, that's a big legless gecko. That's a really good video. I like that video. Feel bad for anybody watching the YouTube VOD going like, why ain't no streamers? Because I don't trust viral videos anymore because a lot of people immediately sell them to copyright companies and then like I upload the footage to YouTube. It's like, you do not own the rights to this footage. It's like, I mean, you're right, but like, rude. Who would drive over such an obvious tripwire? You make a valid point, yeah. Who would drive over such a beautiful critter? Not a snake you'd want in your bedroom when you're trying to sleep. Fine when it's in the middle of the highway and there's like 30 other people around. God, we made too many crafts. Just waiting for the dwarves to put all these damn things away. It feels like Russia or South America in videos you've seen already. I mean, aren't those, like, native to that part of the world, though? So it makes a perfect sense that it would be Brazil. Like, I'm pretty sure anacondas are just native. So it would make absolute perfect sense. Unless one where you really wanted to get eaten by a snake. Autumn has come, meaning it's paperwork season. We've had 2 very small council shipments. Let's see if we get another small one. Let's see if they're finally going to have mercy on our friend Stone. The carpet python in the Australian store shelf? No. No, I didn't. Violet, I definitely did not. How do people live there? The same way people live in Canada with bears. You respect the wildlife and don't be a dum-dum. And then you're fine. That's generally how that works, believe it or not. Make sure that you let the wildlife have their space. Also, I am tapped out of the game somehow. The humans have arrived with their annual tributes. What's this? Oh my god. That's actually really spooky. The way it's just kind of like hanging out. Are carpet pythons dangerous? I'm not familiar with carpet pythons much. Also, I love how like everything is knocked over on that shelf. You have a good one, Kenran. Cheers. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the subscription and the gift. About as dangerous as the average python. So not particularly dangerous then. Gotcha. Like maybe it'll bite you. Or like look at you menacingly. The group of soaring brought a pretty big in. The real question is, though, the council. What is the council going to bring us today? Oh, is that carpet pythons? I mean, yeah. I don't know. People are unreasonably afraid of snakes. I don't have to scroll with this one. It's only a one page, sir. Here comes the biggins, though. Okay, now this one I'll need to scroll. Looking to spice up their life. Yeah, they're the snakes, carpet pythons just trying to have spicy life. I mean, by the end of the video, they're like putting it into a bag, yeah. I like that it just like happily just like goes into the net. Just like, yeah, just get me out of here, mate. Just get me out of here. I'm ready to go. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll, Stone. I'm not where I would like to be. Yeah, this is not a place for me. Please take me elsewhere. It's probably also pretty cold on those shelves for a snake, yeah? Because they're like, they're heat powered. They need the heat. If they don't have the heat, then they get cold. And if they get cold, then they can't move anywhere quick. It's probably kind of cold on those shelves. You know, like metal shelf, probably not that warm. There was one time an old friend of mine's snake got out of her enclosure. Just a ball python, small snake. And she couldn't find it. Found it like a month later after they like had given up under their couch, curled up at the back in the corner on concrete floor in the winter. So it was like hibernating under their sofa in the corner of the floor, like up against a cold concrete wall on cold concrete in their basement. While you're at it with random trivia, Axon, spiders are hydraulic. But yeah, it took them like 6 months, like a month and a half to find this snake. They lost it in like late October and they found it in like November. Spiders are hydraulic. Spiders don't have muscles. They have hydraulic fluids. Yeah, poor snake. It was cold. It was cold. It was sleepy. It's taking a nap. Also, there's an animal stuck in that cage. Probably a wolverine. Do not microwave snack. Definitely do not microwave snack. That would be animal abuse, man. Wouldn't even want to joke about that. You can, however, refrigerate snack. The fuck? So... what? Why are you in a cage? There's somehow I managed to get Windatar in this cage. I have no idea how that happened. What? You can refrigerate a snake, though, depending on the type of snake. Why is Windatar's old dwarf in a cage? I unassigned him from the rope, so he should have been let out. I don't know about ants. I know spiders are hydraulic, though. You take your pet spider to the mechanic, not the vet. I'm not gonna lie, but I think that if you had a pet snake, and it gets sick, or not snake. If you have a pet spider and pet spider gets sick, I think that you just have a dead spider. I don't think you take spider to the vet. Like, maybe I'm like off base here, but I'm pretty sure that there isn't much like a vet could do about a sick spider. That reminds me of the turtle that I had growing up. She would go like 6 months to a year without eating constantly. She'd just chill. She'd hang out in the sun, sunbathe. Then she'd lay a bunch of eggs, and then she'd start eating again. She was a weird snake. Oh, not snake, turtle. Why do I keep saying snake? God! Alright, let's just slaughter that unicorn. I'm so confused about this. You mean antibiotics instead of antibiotics? Why do I have a dwarf in a cage here? I don't understand. I'm trying to unassign this dwarf from this cage so that he can just leave. It's proving to be oddly difficult. This dwarf's been expelled from the fort.
You suck.
I didn't even get the pun, pilot guy, until I reread it just now. Yeah, what the fuck? Let's put a hen in here. Hopefully boot you out. It's the hot new item to have. Yeah, I mean, maybe I could sell them. You mean drowning tortoises? You know, we had a turtle, not a tortoise. Actually, you know, this is reminding me of a story my mom read me in Reader's Digest years ago about a man who had a pet tortoise. He had a pet tortoise, and it got out at one point, and they never found it. And then the man was he was a senior citizen. He was relatively old, and he passed away a few years later. 10 years had passed, and that man's son was over there with his mom and his sister, and they were cleaning out the house, and they went out into the back closet, or not the back closet, like the back like workshop area, because there was like a shop in the back room. Here comes the chicken. Let's see if we can boot that dwarf out. They were cleaning out the back shed to sell the house, right? And they found the tortoise, who is still alive and well, underneath like a bunch of boxes. So now there's a chicken and a dwarf in this cage. So not only... Okay, let's unassign Windatar from it. Will they let you out now? And anyway, they found the tortoise like a decade later, who'd just been like living off of like little plants and bugs that happened to walk by and whatnot. And it was perfectly happy. They let it out and it went back to doing tortoise things. So after like a decade, they found this tortoise again. Can someone come and uncage this poor dwarf that's been expelled so we can finish expelling him? Lucky tortoise. I don't know if that's what I'd call lucky. Reptiles are cool like that. You know, reptiles are just like invincible. I don't know. I miss our turtle, but she did actually like die of old age. Just found her in the cage, dead one day, because they live like 20 to 30 years. We got her when she was like 20, so. Nope. You just assign jobs. You can give your squad specific orders, and they sort of listen to them sometimes. The dwarves, and this is why I don't really consider RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress to even be in the same genre, because in Dwarf Fortress you have no control. It's a lot more like No Moria. That's why it's kind of wrong to call Dwarf Fortress an RTS, is because you have no direct control. You simply issue, like, overall orders and assign jobs, and they sometimes do them. The direct control thing is the biggest change between RimWorld and DF. I'm really happy DF doesn't have it. Really removes the character's sense of, like, character, and it's, like, something that I've very much grown to dislike about Rim. Like, it seems like a nice feature when you first use it, but I really dislike it. Yeah, much better on the frame rate in this zone. Excellent. RimWorld is a base-building tower defense game. I don't think it's really fair to call it a real-time strategy game because it does have a pause feature, and which you are supposed to use, even though some people turn it off. Like, RimWorld is like a tower defense strategy game with some base building and colony management aspects. But it's not a story generator like Dwarf Fortress, and it's not really an RTS. It's just a colony builder, you know? Whereas Dwarf Fortress is... Alright, Animal got beaten up again. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is a story generator, right? Because you have no control. You can't really have a story generator where you have control. Kenshi's a sandbox game. Completely different. Not even, like, remotely close. It's a great sandbox game, but it's a sandbox game. Although Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode with a party is very similar to Kenshi. That's, I think, like, that'll be the interesting thing, actually, about Steam version, is, like, when people realize that Adventure Mode in Dwarf Fortress is essentially Kenshi. It's like fantasy Kenshi, with almost as many things that you can do, if not more in some ways, less in others. Because Adventure Mode with a party is very similar to Kenshi. It's a lot of wandering around from place to place and then fighting with people. And then gearing up people and then fighting. No, it's not invisible. The now dead mosquito on the wall. I had a mosquito fly by my ear last night, because late at night, I almost always have, like, all of the lights off in my apartment. I don't like having bright lights later in the day. So I have these dim LED lights, which, you know, are the kind of the shitty streamer lights, but I have some dim LED lights in my kitchen, and I sometimes have those, but I didn't even have those on last night. And I was just sitting on my sofa watching something on my phone, and then a mosquito buzzed past my ear, and I was like, whoa! Scared the crap out of me. Never did kill it. It probably bit me and left. Bastard. Or at least I didn't knowingly kill it. Perhaps I did. Perhaps I managed to kill it. But no, like, RimWorld and RimWorld-like games are... Like, I personally put, like, sandbox and base builder kind of in different genres. Like, Kenshi's a great game. Not a game I really want to play, but a great game. RimWorld is a great game, but they are not in the same genre. Similar appeals, not even remotely close, though. There are several other games that are trying to be like Kenshi. There's that one Chinese game, which I can't quite remember the name of. Sands of Silzar. Yeah, that thing is trying to be kind of a Kenshi. But even that's like kind of weirdly different in its own unique and cool way, this thing. I really like the art style in this game, though. It's beautiful. You could have like really fucking big-ass armies in this game. But, yeah, this is actually kind of a neat game. Even if its art style is like a little simple for some people. This is kind of a really neat game, actually. I should play more of that. Even though, like, on the buy thing, it's the name of it there is still in Chinese. But also, this is a funny name. I don't think they realize this, but this is a translation thing. The company that makes it is called XD, or that published it is called XD Network Inc. Also, Han Squirrel Studio, also great. Screw Han Solo, we're all for Han Squirrel. Great publisher and great and a great studio name. I like it. Yeah, they still haven't let that poor dwarf out. Hand squirrel, damn Lucas missed out on a gold mine. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 5 hours. I'm going to go take a quick restroom break and stretch. If you've been watching the whole time, maybe stand up and stretch, chat. I will be back in a minute or so. Oh. Still be back in a minute or so. You know, I think I'll do this easier for me, and I'll just stand up for a little bit. But Kavish says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. The world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? The table's getting higher, and I need to stand up. Just give it a second to kind of come up to my level. Standing desks. All right. Seriously, though, bet the standing desk best investment I've ever made. I would recommend a standing desk to literally anybody if you spend a lot of time at a desk. All right. And what do they want? They really want figurines for some reason. Figurines, windows, and backpacks. Huh. Kavish says, Clay, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I'll gladly give you my backpacks, though. Assuming I have some. Might get one for your next desk. If you do, and you get the same brand that I have, you can get me $20 in credit. I don't know, exclamation point desk. Maybe look on Black Friday. They do free shipping and usually like 30% off on Black Friday. Like, they're expensive, but this thing's built like a brick. Is more akin to Mountain Blade. Fair enough. I mean, when that game was initially pitched to me in almost every way, it was like, it's like Mountain Blade-y, Kenshi-ish was always what I heard about that game. With like less of a focus on base building stuff and more of a focus on just building up an army and taking over a map. But, I mean, even that is like, there's not a lot of games like that, really. You know, like, there isn't really a lot of games like Mountain Blade out there. It's just kind of Mountain Blade. And Kenshi kind of is akin to that, though. I love the art style because it's like good Cartoon Network. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what I would want. That art style is what I would want a, like, Last Airbender game to look like, you know? Current desk still gets it done. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, standing desks aren't cheap, right? Like, this desk ended up costing me about 550 Canadian. But I will say I do not regret it. This desk is one of the best purchases I've ever made, even though I don't stand with it every day. I usually stand with it after streams, but like, especially now that I'm in this office, and the foam goes up all the way up to there, so you guys can't see the top of it. When I was over in the other room, I didn't actually have that much foam, and it was to a point where you guys could see the top of it when I stood up, and that was a problem. 10 years to 300. So chat, year 300, I will release the save file for the game again. And, well, publicly anyway. I will release a public copy of the save file. And, I don't know. Because we'll probably hit year 300 around the time we hit 1 year. Maybe we'll have to do like some sort of like long stream or something. I think that's probably what I'll do. I'll just do like maybe like a 10-hour stream or something. Dingo is fighting. What? Oh, a human spearman is beating the crap out of a dingo. Wait, what? Must have been a while ago. I was gonna say, like, why is there a human spearman on the map? Yeah, I don't know. I was very apprehensive about getting a standing desk at first, but it's like, I've completely changed on that now to a point where it's just like, I don't think I will ever have a computer now without a standing desk. I will just have standing desks for the rest of my life, I think. Because like, especially after having this desk for a bit, seeing the benefits of it, I don't believe I will ever go back to a pre-standing desk world. Also, chat, something I want to do, maybe not in the next little bit, but once, and I'll explain what I mean. I'll explain what I mean in a minute. Once because for those of you who maybe missed it, a few days ago I opened this up, but I'm helping, or me with the help of a bunch of community members, are prototyping some base lore for a MUD. And once we get it to a point where we've either started hosting a wiki or once we've gotten it to a point where we have a public wiki somewhere, we haven't decided what wiki platform we're going to, whether we're going to host one ourselves or if we're going to go with like Fandom or something. I kind of don't want to go with Fandom because every time I look at Fandom, I just want to puke, because that website is laid out by designers that are very focused on cramming as many ads onto the page as fucking possible, and I think that that's a little shitty. So once we figure out where and how we're going to host the wiki, I want to start doing lore and creative writing streams. I don't know when this is going to start happening, like I said. It's probably going to be once we have a bit more of a baseline down. But I think it would be a lot of fun to just sit in the science and technology, or even just the just chatting directory, listen to records, and just talk about weird lore and write stories. I think that would be a lot of fun. So that's something I'm going to try doing in, sometime in the next 3 to 6 months. And then eventually, maybe turn that into full-on mud development streams. We'll see. I think I might get rid of those pillars around this. I think I might get rid of these soon. Let's just get rid of those. And also just go down to here and just go window. Let's sell those. Also, what the heck's a 0G station, Pedicato? I have no idea what that is. Also, a subreddit that's surprisingly active that I've started following is the /r/mud subreddit, which is just a whole bunch of different, people talking about muds. And this is a surprisingly active subreddit. It's kind of small, but it's surprisingly active. And I'd be willing to bet that we could probably do some stuff through this. We could probably do some stuff through that, I think. Also, if anybody is interested in helping out with prototyping lore for a mud, just DM me on Discord. And I'll get you into the thing so you can see those rooms. On Friday, tomorrow, I'm going to be putting together a Trello board of things that need to be done and organizing everything that we've already written into the overall spreadsheet. Orgo Quest makes those OG 0G stations. There's a chair that reclines in such a way that you feel like you're in 0G. That seems extremely bad for you. Hold on, let me just Google this. Let me image search this. I mean this? Man, there's not a lot of images of these. That? Can I just say that that looks like how you become That looks like how you become these people. I feel like that is not a great way to go. I realize that one image has a very, relatively fit person in that image, right? Uh, but like the Wall-E people, yeah, the Wall-E people. That's where I see that going. I don't know. Did you beat Jupiter Hell on hard yet, Axon? Can I just say that Wall-E is probably one of my favorite movies of all time? Like, but bouncing off what Ultimate just said about it being such a subtle dig at modern culture, but no, like seriously, Wall-E is actually maybe one of my if I were to like plot out like top 10 movies of all time, Wall-E's probably like in like a 5 or a 6 on that. Definitely in my top 5 favorite sci-fi movies of all time. Wall-E's great. Like that, genuinely, that movie's incredible. Just everything about Wall-E is great. Wall-E is such a good movie. Like, Wall-E is fantastic. I don't know. Pretty green? Or did you mean to say great? What do you mean by green? Want to make a ship that's inspired by that? What, like in the mud? I mean, maybe. We could potentially have a Wall-E style ship that's like in orbit, or like a luxury cruise liner that never shut off or something. I'm sure we could do that. Ah, yeah, okay, gotcha. What you playing? Ultimate Dwarf Fort or something else? What's the king and mayor want? Animal Trap. Gotta make an anime trap for you. Have I ever watched Elysium? Yes, I've watched Elysium. But the problem with Elysium is I really liked District 9. And everything that director has done since has been like, oh, this kind of looks like District 9, but it's never as good as District 9. So Neil Blomkamp, or whatever his McJabber's name is. Ponder very large numbers. How do you like pondering very large numbers, Tiny Goliath? Like, District 9 is top 3 favorite sci-fi movies of all time. It's like, if Alien's my favorite sci-fi movie, and Blade Runner is probably tied with District 9. Like, I love District 9. Like, I cannot overstate how much I love that movie. That movie is incredible. What is number 2? I mean, Blade Runner and District 9 are kind of tied for number 2, and it depends on the day. But I put Blade Runner and Blade Runner 2049 in as one thing. I kind of think of those in my brain as the same thing. But probably number 5 would probably be The Matrix. I'd probably throw The Matrix in, like, number 5. Yeah, I don't know. But most of my favorite sci-fi stuff is like what's the word I'm looking for here? Most of the sci-fi stuff that I really like isn't movies. It's like TV shows, generally. Let's give you carpentry and trappings that you can go make those animal traps. Have you not seen Blade Runner? Blade Runner is unfortunately not the easiest movie to find online these days now, too. You kind of have to rent it. Farscape, Sliders, yeah. Andromeda, Star Trek, Babylon, The Expanse, you know. Speaking of sci-fi movies, hey, Dune, please don't be shit. Please don't be shit. Please don't be shit. You're going to be shit, aren't you? Please don't be shit. Dune's going to be shit, Chad. Never saw Blade Runner? You always get Blade Runner mixed with Tron? How? Tron is like a psychedelic action movie, and Blade Runner is like a noir film. Like, they're completely different vibes. Completely different. One is like super cheesy, but I will say, Tron's pretty good. We're online. I hope Dune isn't shit too. My favorite part about Tron, though, is actually the first Tron, which was when, like, the main problem they had with marketing the first film is nobody knew what a program was. Like, computer lingo was, like, that movie was so ahead of its time that nobody knew what computer lingo was. So, like, a program was, like, a pamphlet that you read to say what's happening around your dinner party. Like, nobody knew what a computer program was. Kind of shit. You want to ride those light cycles? Go to the ride in Disney World, or is it Disney World Japan? I actually don't know. I knew that there was a world out there on the internet, and then I got in. Yeah, no, Tron's goofy, but I love Tron. Although Tron Legacy is actually kind of difficult for me to watch because every single sequence in that movie that's not like in the net is straight up just Vancouver. Like, it's just, they didn't even like try to disguise it. It's just Vancouver. So I look at that, I'm like, oh hey, it's Highway 1. Another movie like that is Deadpool. It's actually kind of hard to watch Deadpool for me because it's like, yeah, that's the West End. You're in East Van. That's you're in downtown. It's amazing how much we owe to Neuromancer and William Gibson. It's amazing how few people remember Neuromancer. It's amazing how few people remember Neuromancer. Also, Axon, I have a question. Do you smoke weed? Because if you don't, it's fine, but I would maybe recommend it. Wait, hold on a second. What? Okay, I have more unicorns than grazing pasture, and they are dying. I was wondering why my unicorns are randomly dying. I gotta reassign them all out here. It's time to send out Operation Saves a Unicorn. Well, my unicorns don't have enough grazing pasture here, so they're starving to death. So I'm moving them up there so they can graze up there. I recommend smoking weed while watching Blade Runner. But don't do things that are illegal where you live. But not a lot, because you actually need to pay attention to what's going on in Blade Runner. Unlike Tron, where I also recommend smoking weed, but like, you don't have to pay attention to what the fuck's going on in Tron. There you go. Go graze, you unis. There we go. They're starting to not starve anymore. Oh, hey, it's Animal. Utterly heralded, the nightmare that is his tragic life. Wants to think abstractly. All right, well, since all of my depressed dwarves want to think abstractly, go be a scholar. See how that works for you. Just don't get anxious, yeah? Well, it's based on the world of Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, but yeah. One thing I will say about Blade Runner, though, is there is a lot of things in that movie that do not age particularly well, that you wouldn't be able to do in a blockbuster movie in the current year. To a point that I think is kind of admirable, but also makes the movie kind of disturbing if you don't know what's happening in that movie. There's a few things that happen towards the middle / end of that movie that are kind of spoilery, so I won't say anything, but it's like can be really triggering to some people. Implications of rape, Django, but I won't say anything more than that. Certain characters get kind of sex assaulty in a way that they wouldn't be able to do in a movie these days. Which the sequel doesn't have any of that. The first one does. And it's like, there's no way in hell they'd be able to put shit like that in a current era release. When, like, in kind of that era, they could get away with that sort of stuff a bit more. Was the style at the time, they say? Yeah, I mean, that's definitely true. I think it's kind of a pity in a way, because it limits the way you can tell stories. Because I can't... People who know about what happens in Blade Runner would probably agree with me that it makes sense in the context of those characters. But it's still like... iffy to a point where I'm still surprised they were able to get away with it even then. You know? It's like, I'm surprised they were actually able to do that in that movie. But it makes sense if you understand the plot twist at the end of the movie, which the movie doesn't clearly spell out. So, like, if you understand a plot twist that is not depicted in the film itself, that you kind of need to watch the movie twice or thrice to actually get, that scene is just fucked up and disturbing. But if you understand the twist, it makes sense and isn't disturbing. So... maybe you should go away for 5 minutes. I haven't said anything that's directly spoilery about Blade Runner. But then again, also, Blade Runner's a fucking... what year did Blade Runner come out? How old is that movie? 1982. So, I wanted to say 88, but 82 for whatever reason. Yeah, if you haven't been spoiled on Blade Runner yet, I'm shocked. If you don't know the plot twist of Blade Runner, that's actually kind of surprising. So I really shouldn't be dancing around spoilers for Blade Runner, but... yeah, a movie's 40 years old. But, you know, it ages flawlessly. Animal's having a tantrum, and I think got beaten up. Some good movies you never spoil. So, just to give you an idea of Blade Runner, for those of you who haven't seen it. The first time I watched Blade Runner, I finished that movie and was just like, what? And then I watched it again and I still didn't get it. It was like three full viewings of that movie before I kind of understood what it was about. But I also didn't see the final cut the first time. I saw the original cut the first time. I was just way too young to see that movie when I first saw it. The shitty voiceover that Harrison Ford didn't want to do. Yeah. I don't know. I've seen both versions. I've seen the theatrical release. I've seen the final cut, and I've seen the. Is the director's cut and the final cut a different thing? Because there's like the extended final cut, which is like an extra 20 minutes of footage or something, which is mostly just like panning over cities and mood music and shit. You should go watch Blade Runner, Axon. Especially, but there is one kind of major caveat that I will say about Blade Runner. If you haven't seen Blade Runner's really fucking slow. It's a really fucking slow movie. And there's periods of like 20, 30 minutes in that movie that have no dialogue. Like, it is a really slow-paced movie. It's the extended final cut? Yeah, I don't know. At least it's not Star Wars levels of, like, why do you keep adding to the same movie? Trying to move these unicorns so that they stop starving. Although now that I think about it, I wonder if the big spoiler for Blade Runner is actually just kind of cliche in the modern day. Probably is, but whatever. I'm gonna go watch it, BRB. Okay, see you in 5 hours. Not actually that long, but. One of my favorite things about Blade Runner, though, is just the first movie cost a lot of money and was a financial failure. Second movie cost a lot of money and was a financial failure. And I love that they made a sequel. I love that they actually did it. The Mad Lads made a sequel to a not profitable movie and the sequel wasn't profitable. And it's like, you know what? Good for you. It's not always about the business. And I respect that. It's also, Blade Runner is like where my taste in film drastically like differs from my parents. My parents do not like that movie at all. They also hate Alien. My parents are convinced that Alien is like the scariest movie ever made. And like completely like despise that movie. Saw it in theaters not knowing anything about it, like hated it. And like like when I was younger, like completely overhyped Alien about how, oh my god, that movie is horrifying. It's so gruesome and so scary. And then I saw it when I was like a little kid and was like, this is amazing. I love this movie. This is like the best movie I've ever seen. And I'm still just like, and now I'm just a fucking diehard fan of Alien. And I think my dad's comment about Blade Runner was that it was like painfully slow and boring. And my mom was like, that movie is disgusting. I hate that movie. And I'm just like, yeah, I love Blade Runner and I love Alien. Those movies are great. I don't know. Two of my favorite movies of all time, I guess. Absolute fucking classics. But then again, I also like The Godfather, and my parents hate The Godfather, so, you know. Whatever floats your boat, I suppose. I'm gonna use up all these Kimberlite blocks on something. Godfather 1 and 2, both fabulous movies. Part 1 and Part 2, please. You know that The Godfather 1 and 2 are good movies when you can just sit down, watch both of them back to back, not get bored, and they're both 2.5 hours. Like, that's what I did the last time I watched Godfather, was when I got my second shot. And I just felt like garbage, and I just like lay in bed all day and watched Godfather 1 and 2. Remember first watching them when they would tell you stories about acting by Brando and Panico? Wait, what? Oh, for Godfather 1 and 2? I was like, yeah. Those movies are bloody incredible. I think Godfather 1 and 2, no take too much time seeing blind stream for 5 and 5 hours. So, watching the first two Godfathers, like, way too long of a movie. Watch the entirety of blind stream today, which is almost 6 hours. No issue. Well, it's, you know, honestly, here's the thing, right? Axon. I stream every day. And it's mostly the same bullshit. Blade Runner is a classic. Go fucking watch that movie. Yep, also a long movie. You know what was a long movie that didn't feel long to me? But I've heard some people say feels really long and is really slow and boring? It was The Irishman. I watched that whole movie in one sitting and loved it. I've had some people say that movie is like painfully slow, and I do not feel that way about it at all. I think that movie's incredible. Like, I really, really, really liked The Irishman. Really? I would actually say Shawshank Redemption is one of my favorite movies I've ever seen, just period. I loved that movie. I loved that. I love every bit of that movie. Every bit of that movie. This is just a walkway that I'm doing for visuals. Uh-oh, Spitalier just pressed. Want to pray. Literally just want to learn and pray. You also want to practice a martial art. You know what? You're in your own squad. What squad are you the captain of? Firefighters? Let's get them training for a little bit. It's been a while since that squad's trained. I don't think that your dwarf's old. Your dwarf's just a little depressed. "46, yeah, not particularly old. Spitalier. Too many names to remember and you got lost. They're all just generic Irish people names, so just smile and nod along. I don't know, I didn't get lost in that movie, but I enjoyed that movie. You're not gonna watch it again? Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. I mean, I'll watch Shawshank Redemption once a decade, but you know. I don't know. To me, The Irishman is just a movie about a bunch of old fogies making the same style of movie that they've made for the last 50 years, but doing it absolutely flawlessly. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same sort of fucking crime story that those guys have been making movies about as long as they've been in their career, but it's just like doing that perfectly. And every single criticism I saw about The Irishman was like, oh, it's just, you know, it's just another one of those. But it's like, sure, but there's something about a craftsman doing their craft perfectly, you know? And that's why I enjoyed The Irishman, even though it's so fucking long and, like, it's kind of hard to follow in a few places because, yeah, all the names are just fucking Italian names. But it's like, there's something about that movie that's just, like, it is the people who are the best at what they do doing what they do perfectly. And I love that movie for that reason. Young Grasshopper's already done with life. Not quite. No. I mean, your dwarf's one of those dwarves that just needs to train in the military every so often. You're just a gym rat who gets upset when you don't get to do your gym ratty things. Like, you know, you're just a gym rat that needs to train every so often. We got a few of those. They're all in your squad, so. You basically do the iron pumping therapy sessions. Can't say you're unable to understand the logic of that dwarf. I mean, that dwarf isn't you. That dwarf is just simply named after you. It's obviously an alternate universe version of your personality. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. You know what is probably the biggest victory about today, though, chat? Is we convinced Axon to leave my stream to go watch Blade Runner, which I genuinely think is kind of hilarious. I think that that's kind of incredible. We did good today, chat. You know what's one thing that I'm kind of disappointed about? The YouTube channel doesn't seem to give a shit about the Cogmind videos in comparison to some other videos I've done for other roguelikes. For some reason, the Cogmind ones, not much interest. Interesting. Cage trap toppled by animal. Why'd you do that? That is suboptimal. Slowly stumbling upwards. Expecting this dwarf to fall off the edge of this. During a miniature painting day? Oh, that would be great, especially if you watch like the final cut, because then you could just like ignore half of the mood scenes. Well, I mean, the majority of the views that I get on my YouTube channel videos come from subscribers, right? And if I post like a VOD of Dwarf Fortress, it gets recommended to my subscribers see it in their subscription lists, right? 3 crimes against animal. Ooh, that's quite the beating. Is that all that you got was a beating? And 29 days in prison. Okay, well, that's good. So, like, if I upload a video of Lost Flame, for example, it'll probably get 200-300 views. Like, it won't get as much as the news. But the most recent Cogmind video I put up only is at, like, 60 by this time of the day. And normally, like, if I were to put up, like, a Jupiter Hell video, it'd be at, like, 150 by now. Just less people are watching it through the subscriptions box. But yeah, no, like the YouTube algorithm hates me outside of the news videos. That's because the news videos are the only thing that I do that are really like YouTube algorithm friendly. Like stream VODs are not that algo friendly, really. Although some of them still do pretty well. Every now and again I'll have a VOD that'll get like thousands of views for some reason. Like for some reason the Songs of Six VODs I put up did weirdly well. I think because there just isn't much footage of Songs of Six on YouTube. There isn't many people posting footage of Songs of Six. YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways. Yeah, I mean, the only reason I have a YouTube channel is because I kind of got lucky. Quite literally. I got really lucky with that first news video. It's the only reason my YouTube channel does anything. So Animal's been put in prison, and Tiny Goliath is going to go research. I mean, it would be really nice if all of my YouTube videos got shoved into the YouTube algorithm a ton, but they're not really designed to do that a lot of the time. Yeah, another VODs that do really well is if I put up Caves of Cud VODs. If I put up a Caves of Cud VOD, it's going to get 600 to 1,000 views, guaranteed. We'll see you later, Ultimate. Cheers. Lumpy the Second has grown up to be a stonecrafter. Lump is now an adult. She is 12 years old. Would you look at that? Let's give you other labors. And there you go. You're proud of Lumpy too? I'm proud of Lumpy too as well. Also, Wave grew up as well and needs grown up tasks. Apparently I never gave them. You made a large purchase today for your house. What'd you buy? If I can ask. Also, hello. Sup, audio. A new washing machine that isn't a piece of junk? Hell yeah. Does the new one sing? Yeah, audio owns a house. Audio is one of the few homeowners in this chat. Actually, there's a few homeowners. Recent homeowners, I guess? The one thing I don't really like about the YouTube algorithm, though, is there's some very dedicated dislikers for Longdeath, which makes me kind of sad. Because, like, for a very long time there, Longdeath had 100% likes for a very, very, very long time, and now it's like 80% overall or something because there's a few dedicated dislikers. Which, like, actually isn't a bad thing at all. It just makes me sad inside. It's, oh, we had 100% likes. Now it's like 80. An hour and a half for one load? Mine takes about 2. What the fuck? Why are you bitching? Well, mine's like a nice washing machine, too. It's just slow. Although I'm talking about washing and drying is about 2 hours. It's about an hour for one load, and then an hour or 2 to dry it. What kind of washing machine utopia do you live in? Although I'm kind of the turn on the washing machine and then leave for like 6 hours kind of person. Come back, put it into dryer, and then leave again. Your job just put the entire department to part-time, and they've got limited time to fix it before you go job hunting? Oh boy. How long have you been in this job now, pilot? That seems really stressful. More than a year? Really? I guess kind of. It's like you started in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, yeah? Oh, 40 minutes per normal load. Okay, mine's like 56 for a normal load. But yeah, better than an hour and a half. True, yeah, I always forget that you have roommates. I always forget about that bit. Just finishing up the last bits of this walkway, and then once this walkway is done, I can go back to working on the tube. I think when audio says washing machine, they mean like clothes washing machine, and dishwasher would mean for cutlery. Diamond. Usually people refer to like a clothes washing machine as just a washing machine, and then a dishwasher is a plates and cutlery washing machine. I have a dishwasher that I almost never use though. Like I use it maybe once a month, maybe. It's just faster to do it by hand, so I just don't bother. I don't like listening to it. It's loud. Heats up my apartment. That's because it kind of stopped working. You see, that's fair. That's fair. Apparently Gamescom is happening? What? I just got an email about Gamescom, and I'm very perplexed all of a sudden. Yeah, I remember you being super excited about getting a dishwasher, Stone. We're making pretty good time today. Almost in 295. Into midwinter. Also, we fixed some frame rate problems and did a bunch of renovating. Today has been productive. King wants a ballista arrow. Some things never change. You just got a new sink and you still baby it? Yeah. Have you been willing to like get your sink dirty yet, Pilot, or are you still like babying it 100%? I have so much cleaning to do in my apartment because I didn't take a day off on like Monday this week. So like I have like half of my grocery shopping still to do. I have like a bunch of like housework that needs to be done tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a busy day for a day off, but we go back to the normal schedule of Monday off this week. So charity streams, they throw a wrench into things, you know. And now we're just waiting on 3 more blocks. That's 1. Just scrape dirty plates and cutlery and clean the filter on a regular basis. What, for a dishwasher? Use it, but you also dry it after every drop. I do that with my sink too. I'm like weirdly careful with my sink because sinks get gnarly if you don't properly take care of them. A lot of people don't properly take care of sinks and then they get really fucking gross really fucking quickly. Yeah, because if you don't clean the filter on a regular basis, it upsets it. Also, something that the plumber who's done some work on this apartment a handful of times when like I had issues with my toilet, had told me that you should if you don't use the dishwasher for an extended period of time, to just like run it with just water in it every so often to like ungunk all the pipes. So I do that. I'll just run it with just water in it, nothing else in it. I paid my landlord to put in better blinds for my apartment. That's the biggest upgrade I've done to this apartment. Although I need to paint it, which I'm not looking forward to. I need to get this apartment painted because I need to get rid of the cat damage. I will get my damage deposit back when I move out, which is $750, but I have to paint in order to do that, which will probably cost me roughly $500 to get the place painted. Plus, I probably won't be able to stream in here for a couple days, so I need to do that at some point. No, I'm not moving. I'm just tired of looking at the damage that my ex's cat did. to the wall because it's ugly as fuck and there's a lot of it. My ex's cat was an obnoxious little shit that my ex did a terrible job teaching, and used every single corner in the entire apartment as a scratching post. So every single corner on every single wall in this apartment has paint missing from where the cat would scratch it. And the cat would literally go wherever just to damage this apartment. And like some of you who remember when I had the lived in this apartment with cats, when I had the bookshelf behind me, she would literally like walk up to the wall and just scratch it so that I would play with her. Like it was just a game to her. So it got to the point where I would just throw her outside and just ignore her. Otherwise, she would like put her nails or her little claws on the wall and slowly drag it down. It sounded like nails on a chalkboard. It was the most obnoxious sound you've ever heard. And she would do it all the time because, you know, it would piss me off. And it was funny, I guess, to the cat. So all of the walls in this entire apartment are damaged. So I should paint so that it's less of a pain when I do need to move out. Even though I've got this apartment for another year. So I will be here until August 2022 at the earliest. Unless I decide to buy out my contract early, which is like $1,100 I think it would cost me to do that. Which I'd really rather not do. So no, I will not be moving. Although my rent is going up, which is fine because it's the first time in 5 years, but still, it still sucks. Am I going to paint it myself? No. I'm not going to paint it myself because I don't have the skills to do it. Like if it was just a painting job, I could do it myself, but it's not just a painting job. It needs like stucco and everything. So I would need to buy a lot of equipment. So it's actually cheaper for me to just hire a contractor to come in and do it, which is why it'll cost me like $500. Instead of going out and buying all of the painting equipment and the paint, and then doing it myself, and risk doing it poorly. So I'm just going to hire a contractor to do it. Because they could probably do it in a day. I got a quote on it earlier this year, but decided not to do it because we were still too early in the pandemic. So I'm kind of just waiting for like pandemic shit to be over, and then I'm just going to get them to come in and do it, stay with my parents for a night. But like, I mean, if I owned this apartment, I wouldn't have this sound behind me. I would have green screened that probably. I would have just painted this green and like put floodlights on the ceiling and just had a green screen, but didn't go that route. We've done a lot of paintwork this year and hole fixing. Yeah, I don't have any of the necessary skills to do that. Theoretically, I could get my dad to help me with that, but like I have no idea how to even go about doing that stuff. It's just not something I've ever like taken the time to learn, so it's just it would be very difficult for me to do that, I guess. Because, you know, being a renter isn't ideal, but the difference of being a renter and being a homeowner is I pay a little bit more every month to month, but I actually have savings and I don't have a mortgage that I'm tied to, so gives me an advantage, you know? And the fact that, like, my job is inconsistent, right? Like, some months I do quite well, some months I do quite poor, some months I do average. Most months I do average, right? And it's like, because I have inconsistent income, it's safer to just have the stability of not having a mortgage. And like, you know, maybe if I was Admiral Baru sized, then I could buy my apartment and the neighbor's apartment above me so that they would stop letting their kids jump on their sofa or whatever the fuck they do. But at the end of the day, it's like I am humble Twitch streamer, and the fact that I'm able to pay my rent off of talking to a microphone on the internet is kind of an achievement. At least that much is fair. I was outside the other day, and a couple days ago now, and one of my neighbors asked me what I do. It was the do I tell him the truth or moment. You won't have to move if you don't want to. Sure. Sure. Yeah. I mean that's it's a different kind of stability. It's stability over freedom, I think. Because for me, like, I'm not ready to commit to living somewhere. Which is why I still live here. It's because I'm not ready to commit to living somewhere. And I don't think I will be for a while. Because the difference between deciding I want to move and moving out and I want to sell my place and move is astronomically different, you know? Like for me, if I want to move, I pay my landlord $1,100 and I'm out on the 30th, right? Like that's it. Or I wait until August 31st and then I just move out, right? And I could just do that. But I don't know. My landlord has always been extremely transparent, and I am a tenant that has never been late for rent. I've been late for rent once, and it was their fault because they forgot to send the transfer request. It wasn't my fault. So there's 1 month I was 2 days late on rent, and it was my landlord's fault. So I've literally never had a late month's rent, and I am not the sort of tenant that gets complaints. I'm just a quiet, lonely stoner. I don't really do much to get myself in trouble, so I guess being a quiet, lonely stoner in some ways has its benefits because you don't really attract the attention of your neighbors very much and you don't get complaints, and then if you don't get complaints and you pay your rent on time, your landlord leaves you alone. Unfortunately, I have a nice landlord that I get the feeling that whoever owns this apartment, because my landlord's technically the apartment manager, not the actual owner, whoever owns this apartment isn't really interested in selling it. It's very much they just want long-term renters. So I respect that, and I'll stay here until they tell me to leave. Well, my apartment's absurdly clean. Like, this apartment was a little bit messy when my ex lived here because she was a fucking slob. But, like, now that it's just me, it's like me and my house plants and some books and some records. Like, that's it. Like, there's nothing on the walls. It's super fucking clean and, like, minimalist-ish, and everything in here is just like super organized. This area back here is obviously an office, and animals having a tantrum. Toppled a window. Where are you, Dwarf? There you are. This fucking twatty dwarf. I don't like this dwarf. You know, do you have a wife? Are you married? You have a lover. If I expel you, who do I lose? Just you? Goodbye, animal. I'm just gonna boot you out. I'm tired of having you around. Not worth the liability of killing somebody. We'll see you later, Diamond. You have a good night. Sleep well. Meow. Let's lock this off. So we're on layer 114. We need to go down to here. Just a few more layers. Then we're done with the actual glass tower. Then it's just a matter of filling it. Unless we want to go down even further. Because there's quite a bit further we could go. There's quite a bit further we could go. Maybe we'll go further. I don't know. I don't know. Need to see what it looks like when we get there. I don't know. I like to think I'm a pretty good tenant. Just quiet Twitch streamer is probably a pretty good tenant. Let's cut this out. The problem with being a Twitch streamer, though, is, like, having roommates is really difficult. If that makes sense. Like, one of the main reasons I've never, like, gone out and gotten roommates or anything, because, like, I could definitely afford a bigger place, and I've been offered roommate situations a couple of times where it's like, yo, you'd end up paying like a third of the rent in some cases, but it's like, I don't know if I'd want to be in a space with other people, especially if they don't work in the same industry that I do. Because there's just certain things that I feel like I wouldn't have control over that would like completely throw me off. If that makes any sense. It's like streaming is kind of a weird gig to have, and I know streamers who like live with family or like live with roommates, and it's always every now and again like their schedule will just get thrown off because so and so had people over and it was too loud and stuff like that, or like, oh, family wanted to go do this thing, so like just couldn't stream because like family wanted to go do this thing. And it's like, one of the benefits about living alone or like just with a partner or something is it's like you can be so consistent with streaming and not worry about other people's schedules. But I think that also works for kind of almost any work from home gig. Some more than others though. It's all good audio. I think that you missed him though. I think he just went to sleep. I don't know if he's still here. Your mom is 1 minute a fucking beast. Now I want to see your washing machine. Speed Queen top loader. Damn. I have a like a side loader one. I want to do my own thing and like not have to worry about other people's schedules. Like, I don't know. Like my parents have offered to like let me move back in with them a couple of times, and I'm always like, nah. Like, I love you, Mom. I love you, Dad, but I don't know if I ever want to live with you guys again. I think I'm good just like doing my own thing for all eternity. You do D&D, and during lockdown it was online? I mean, I think like for a lot of people, a lot of people learned how to use various online D&D platforms during the lockdown. Oh, did you normally have people over for D&D, or would you like go over to D&D people's house? Because if your housemate heard it, like when you were doing D&D, I guess normally you'd be the person to go to the other person's house. I get you. Yeah, I could see that being kind of awkward. I don't know. But at the very least, like, you know, you're not entertaining like, 50 to 150 people. Your apartment is small. Yeah, no, I know what you mean there. I mean, like the biggest apartment I've ever had was about 70 meters. About 750 square feet ish. I'm trying to estimate sizes. That was a nice apartment. This one's 40.1 meters or 424 square feet for this apartment. And I quite like this apartment. I wish it was a little bit bigger. So you got now sharing it with that friend? Yeah, that's big enough to share with two people. No problems. Generally, I would say. But I don't know. Housing is weird. Finding places to live is weird. Especially considering like what my ideal place to live is versus where I actually live. I don't think I'll ever get what I actually want though. So it's kind of unfortunate. Like I was raised in a small town, right? And I've always kind of really liked small town environments, but because I can't drive and will never drive, it basically means small town living is an impossibility for me. So, like, I grew up like 30 minutes out from the nearest grocery store, or 30 minutes in a car out from the nearest grocery store. And that like is a bit extreme even for what I would want now, but it's like for a lot of the places that I look at where I'm like, oh, this looks beautiful, would just be like just not even a huge amount of property, but just like, I don't know, half an acre that I could build a small house on and just kind of have like a micro farm and also be able to stream would be my ideal place, but it's literally never going to happen because I can't drive. Groceries can be delivered? Sure, but I would... Okay, like, do you know the insanity that people went into during the lockdown? Now imagine that was just the rest of your life. Yes, groceries can be delivered, but small towns don't really have services like that. Unless you want to pay a lot of money. It's been a long time since I've seen that. Jack Narek, the elite wrestler, has bestowed the name Locum Zes Basal upon a steel buckler. Haven't seen somebody do that in a long time. It's like, yeah, groceries, of course groceries can be delivered, but you need to be part of a chain that delivers. And also, like, when you're talking about delivering groceries that far out, again, I'm not made of money, and that shit ain't cheap. That shit's not cheap. It's expensive to have groceries delivered. Should be back later? Alrighty, audio. I should still be on later. But at the end of the day, like, I don't think I'll ever be able to afford what I actually want. Most likely what'll probably happen for me is I will continue living in small apartments. Probably for the rest of my life. Because I don't see myself ever being able to afford anything bigger. Not that I really need it, realistically. Like, this apartment is basically all the square footage I need. Like, if I were to build a house, it would probably only be like 800 square feet. Like, I don't really need more than a bedroom and a half. I don't need a lot of space. Like, I don't ever want to have kids, but the amount of that I can afford to be able to live is very small. It will always be very small. Especially, like, as my eyes get worse, too. Like, the reality for me is, like, it's a combination of not being able to drive thing and also just, like, disabilities getting worse. It's like, oh, well, living in a house in the middle of nowhere, great. Not great if you're almost completely blind, can't really see, and, you know, can't drive to go get help if something bad happens. Like, I technically shouldn't be living alone because of, like, the shit that's wrong with me. It's like, I shouldn't be living alone because theoretically I could theoretically die in my sleep pretty easily. So it's just, I don't know. It really sucks to have, like, goals and dreams and then just, like, not being able to achieve them because of forces outside of your control, which is, like, most of my life. Trailer in a trailer park. I have no desire to live in a trailer park. That's, like, an insult. Absolutely no desire to live in a trailer park. Fuck that shit. My parents lived in a trailer park for, like, 4 months when they were moving, when I was homeless. Trailer park is like a last-ditch effort. It's like if you've got nowhere else to go and you are completely fucked, you live in a trailer park. Also, could you imagine living in a trailer park with these current heat waves? Fuck that. Trailer park is like a cut above homelessness. I mean, obviously some people live that way and, like, with their own, like, desire to live that way. But I would never want to live that way. It's like the lowest income housing you can get, basically. Like, not many people really aspire to that. It's kind of like saying, hey, just go live in a slum. Almost. Like, that's kind of the North American equivalent of that. Like, you might as well be living in a tent at that point. What time of year are we at? Late winter. Good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. We should change the subject, though, because I've just been talking with you, Django, now for almost 20 minutes. Jack, can we get a round of beers? Do you really want me to change the subject that bad? Because everybody's just shut up and fucked off. Late winter again, yep. That it is. Now it's spring, in fact. Last time Darren died. I don't know. Should we call it a day short today, chat? Or keep going? Because, like, chat's kind of quiet. View's a little low. What do we think? How are we feeling today, guys? Trying to figure out what the rest of the schedule's going to look like for today. About work schedule? I understand that, Pilot. And that's why I don't own a house. It's because I don't want minor panic attacks about income. Calling it short, you think, maybe? Then I'm just going to debate all the people that are waiting for Cogmind. All right, the tribute has arrived. How are we doing on the day? Oof. You know, chat, drawing back the curtain for a second here, it's like, this is why I'm happy I don't own a house, right? It's because, like, I've done all right this month, so don't be worried or anything, but, like, I look at my daily revenue, it's like, I made $8.42 today. That's Twitch. And I'm officially out of coffee. I need to go get some water. I got told by Twitch when they announced regional pricing, Pilot. But yes, I would have a panic attack. And yes, I had a panic attack. Purity Mob Savage? Is that what the last name means? Is Mob Savage? Another anvil and an ashen splint. Purity is a good name. But yeah, no, I was basically told by Twitch earlier this year that, yo, your sub revenue is going to be cut in half in, like, the next year. So, yeah, that is a, you know, a good feeling. Iron Anvil plus Splint. Do you think that that human just had a splint on him when he was leaving, and so they just threw that in as a bonus? Kirby God, thanks for the Prime sub. Bump that up to, like, maybe $10. Cheers. Big round of beers and yada yada. Thank you much. Crawling back up to 300 subs. But no, Pilot, if I was told by a job that my income was being cut in half, I would be rewriting my resume. That's what I would be doing. If I was told by a job that I was actually employed at instead of, like, being self-employed, that would be what I would be doing, is updating my my resume. It's precisely what I would be doing. Although, all that being said, just to be totally clear, I am on track for my monthly minimum. Every month I have, like, a minimum that I need to make. And if I make that minimum, then I can pay my rent, pay my bills, and after that it's, like, not all going into profit, but it's like, oh, we're doing all right now. And we're on track to hit that. No questions asked. Oh, cheers for the $1. Thanks, Darren. Pre-pandemic job would probably welcome you back fairly quickly if it comes to it. What were you doing pre-pandemic? Why did you leave that job? The main concern I have about employment is, like, if I were to either, like, example A, if Twitch ceased to exist, or example B, if somehow I accidentally flashed my dick on stream and got banned, my concern would be I've tried getting hired like in the past in like 2018, 2019, and even once in 2020. I've applied for various jobs in the industry with all like a fully written CV and everything. And I've always been shot down with either you don't have enough experience or you don't have the right kind of experience or we don't hire Twitch streamers. And so it's like my big fear is if something were to happen to my channel or channels and I wouldn't be able to stream anymore, I almost guarantee you I wouldn't be able to get a job in the games industry just because of the previous shutdowns I've gotten. But like I'm at a point now where it's like I have no interest in even doing that. I don't think I would want to work in the games industry or the wider games industry. Probably just try to find like a video editing gig or something outside of games. Do freelance work. Laid off from jewelry manufacturing company. Gotcha. I mean, Seth Ados, who made Archcrystal and has a Dwarf and Longdeath, is a gem cutter. IRL. It's a very dwarfy job. We are like 100 bits or a resub away from a hype train if anybody wants to hype one up. But, you know. No pressure. Let's knock that out there. Knock this out down here. Knock that out up there. And that out over there. You know, streaming is weird because, like, most days as a streamer, you make very little money. Or at least a streamer my size, I can't speak to bigger streamers. But most days for me, it's like I make, like, less than an hour's wage at most jobs. But then, like, once or twice a month, I'll have a really good day, which will keep me in the clear. In between that and the relatively consistent amount of money I get off my Patreon every month, I'm generally pretty safe and in the green. Even though, like, a lot of individual days, when you look at the revenue, can look really bleak. It's like, oh, in 2 weeks I'll make like $150, but then in one day I'll make 3 times that sometimes. So it's like, I don't know. Streaming is weird, and income for streaming is very strange. Or I'll just get one tip from a person that'll cover me for the rest of the month kind of deal. Glass is indeed a very slow-moving liquid, yeah. All glass is liquid. Especially older glass. Also, if glass gets heated up by even like bright-ass sunbeams, it will melt away slowly. Glass is a really strange material. Yeah, I remember my dad explaining that to me when I was little, actually. Because the house that I grew up in was built in like the late 80s, and there was a few windows in it that were really cheap that were thicker at the bottom than they were at the top. And I remember when my parents were replacing some panes of glass in the windows, they were like, yeah, no, these are really cheap windows, and they were melting. It's like, whoa, okay. Verbalix, thanks for gifting us up, the Dragon. Dragon, enjoy the ad-free viewing. Cheers. Thank you, Verbalix. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Verbalix gifting a gift sub to Dragonman. We're turning them upside down. You know, I'm not a scientist, so I'm not going to go making claims. So I don't know. I'll be completely honest with you. I do not know. I hope so, though. I hope that that is a thing that you could do. I'm not a window manufacturing specialist. But like, just because I'm talking about money and shit, something that I think you guys watching need to understand is like, there are ways I could go and make more money. Like if push came to shove, if I accepted every sponsored deal I was offered, if I took on a couple sponsorships and went out and like got an on-screen ad that wasn't too invasive and stuff like that, I could probably up my income by a couple $100s a month. It's like if shit did get bad, it's like I do have like security nets and cushions and things that I could jump onto if I needed to. I really like the purity of my stream, the fact that it's like, you know, there's a sub counter up there, but it's like I really like how conversation and gameplay focused this channel is, and I forgot what button walls were. How gameplay focused and like conversation focused this channel is, and I kind of don't ever want to lose that. It's like, to me, that's my channel comes from an era of like older Twitch where it wasn't so focused on ads, and it wasn't so focused on sponsorships, and it wasn't so focused on like selling you products. It was more focused on just, yo, I'm here because I love streaming and because I like entertaining people, and because this is a medium of creativity and entertainment that I can provide in an easy fashion. And I kind of, this is maybe a bit foolhardily, but I kind of believe that people will support things that they like. And I just kind of bank on that, and that what I do is entertaining enough and valued enough by the people who watch it and enjoy it that I will continue to be able to do this. You know what I mean? You know, maybe in 2 or 3 years, I will decide that I've been an idiot and will go take all the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. But until then, it's like, I prefer kind of the cleanness of this channel, and I like that it's not bogged down by those sorts of things. Unfortunately, it means I lean on an audience for a Patreon, and I do need tips and gift subs and bits and shit every month, but like, I feel like that's kind of preferable, assuming I can do that in a way that doesn't feel exploitative. I personally feel that that is preferable to me versus the alternative. And I like to think that most of you guys probably agree. And, you know, tons of streamers disagree with me on this. Like, I've had many conversations with people on my team and, like, person and people in reality. It's like, there's a... Like, there's just so many people that I've spoken with that are just like, you know, you're just leaving money on the table and shit like that. And it's like, yeah, but I guess I just have too many ethics for my own good. And I managed to get caveman crafting stuck in this room. Poor dude. Let's see if you happen to have a pick on you. No, you don't. It's okay. They'll come let him out in a minute. That's happened? No, it's happened a handful of times. Like maybe the 3rd or 4th dwarf that's gotten stuck in here. But, I mean, I always dig them out real quick. Half the time they have picks on them and then they dig themselves out. Hey, B-Lug. How are you? It's been chill day. How's thing? No problem, Django. You have a good night. No problemo. Just finished your week? Yeah, today's just been kind of quiet. But pretty good. No complaints. It's been a long week for me. It's been a very long week. Because I did that charity stream in the middle of it. What are you fighting with? What? What? Taurus, what the hell happened to you? It's like you fell through a wall. What the fuck happened? Oh, probably fighting with a buzzard, actually. Ah, that's fine. There we go. Now we've dug that dwarf out. They are free to go. There they go. You think you're about to start unionizing in work chat? Then don't. Okay, if you're gonna unionize, don't do it in work chat. Don't do it in Slack. Get out. Do it in a different chat platform. Get out of whatever you're using for work chat and do it that way so that your bosses don't know. Otherwise, they'll fucking shut you down if they're not a union-friendly business. I'm gonna go fill my mug up with water because I'm out of coffee. Give me a sec. Signal, Discord. I'm sorry, what? Why is Spitalier dead? What? That you didn't fight with anyone. He fought with himself. What? No, he didn't fall off anything. He was over here. Do you think he deflected through the wall and it killed him? Fighting your inner demons, clearly. Like, it looks like he fell off of a ledge. I mean, the same thing just happened to this dwarf. Like, it looks like they're falling off a ledge, but they're not. Weird. Maybe they're doing the good old-fashioned dodge through the wall. Well, they're wrestlers. They don't actually have any weapons. Because they're not brave in the face of imminent danger. Yeah, I think he did, like, tripped through a wall. Which is an old bug that sometimes happens. Where they try and dodge through... Yeah, that, like, maybe the water pushed them through the wall. That's possible. Well, that sucks, man. Fuck. Well, Dwarf Fortress works in mysterious ways sometimes. I apologize, Spitalier. Dwarven physics? Physics. I think I'm out of coffins. Yeah, I do think I am out of coffins. Oh, there's one. There's a few, actually. No, I've seen similar things happen before, but usually it's not the act of just getting shoved through the wall that kills them. Usually what kills them is they like fall through the wall and then fall off a ledge or something, right? Like I've definitely had like wrestlers dodge through walls and like drown because they dodged through a wall and then land in a river or something. I've had that happen, but I've never just had somebody dodge through a wall and then die. So that's the part that's new to me. So that's a little weird. Little bit weird. Magical? Yeah. Dwarf Fort. I mean, I could crash the game and go back to the most recent autosave, but I don't really want to do that, I'll be honest. Suicide blink powers. Sure. Yeah, why not? Let's call it that. Let's call it that. That sucks, though. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest. Oh, never mind. Pilot's already started. But you can invest your tickets if you want. But yeah, Pilot, if you're not joking about you and your coworkers unionizing, DM them off of the platform, like text them or something and get them into a private chat. Get onto like something with security and figure all that shit out on that end. But if you're joking, then, I don't know, continue joking away, I guess. Fucking turkey vultures abusing the physics engine. Yeah, they have an unfair advantage. Physics! Oh, man, that sucks, though. I'm sorry, Spitalier. Like, your dwarf was good. You were just a little whiny. You didn't deserve that. We've done bad today. We went from 141 or 41 dwarves down to 38. Not 141. 41 dwarves down to 48. But we're 290 years in, so I guess that's good. Overall count is down to 46 because I expelled some merchants today. I think next stream we're going to bring more merchants in. That's something we're going to do. So what you're saying is you're joking then, Pilot. That's... I don't know why you live where you live, but I hope it's worth it. Yeah, it is what it is, Spitalier. It is what it is. And then we had Darren die of old age today, which was sad. Dwarf's been in this fort for like 3 months real time. 4 months even. Maybe even closer to 6. Like that dwarf's been around for a while.
This is madness!
Madness! Hi, Hobo. You see it a lot in this fort because this fort is 290 years old. I've been playing this fortress for 290 years in-game, and as of the 26th next week, I will have been playing this fortress on stream for a year. The full playlist is available if you type in !Longdeath in the chat. We're trying to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years, meaning it'll probably take me another 2 years to finish this fort. Ish, unless I speed up at some point, which I probably will. It's pretty impressive. It's pretty psychotic is what it is. Yeah, bot does say no apparently. Where they messed up is when they required us all to put your cell phone numbers in your profile. Makes it easy to split out. Oh, so it's super easy to just like text everybody. Just send like a max text message to everybody and just be like, hey, let's move to this Discord server. Well, go with God, dude. Get that shit done. Get your shit unionized. Although, if they can fire you for not liking the color of your shoes today, don't be surprised if you guys try and unionize and then you inform your management that you're unionizing and then immediately you all get fired. But, you know, at least then they'll have some rehiring to do. It'll be a pain in the ass for them. Realism modded KSP campaign that's been running for like 4 years real time and has 70 years in game. I mean, the only KSP streamer I watch is EJ, but I don't watch him that much these days. But I'll be completely honest. I watch EJ because I like listening to him talk, not because I pay attention to anything he actually does in KSP. Actually, I wonder which KSP streamer is it, because like a lot of them, I'm friends with a lot of the KSP community because of the old days. Oh, I know Cosmonaut. I didn't realize he had a fort or a thing running that long, but literally watching me and EJ right now. Yeah, exactly. I mean, ironically, the channel that I watch the most is a OG League of Legends stream. Huh. Yeah, I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah, I know large portions of the KSP community because I've hung out with them at conventions and shit. So I kind of know a lot of those guys. Yeah, no, this probably isn't that crazy, but it'd have to be 80% plus to work. I can't tell how much of this is you just like speculating and joking and how much of you is being serious, but seriously, I hope that you're able to pull off that. But this long is pretty impressive. As somebody who knows how this game works, no, it's not. It's really not, but I guess. Thank you. Like, considering 10,208 entities have died on this map. We started on year 5, and up in the top right, we're in the year 295. But no, people tell me all the time that this game is unplayable after the first 30 years because the frame rates get too bad, and it's factually wrong. Also, chat, not really intentionally trying to tempt anybody, but we were at 299 subs. Can we get up to 300? That'd be cool. We got some Prime subs today, which has bumped that number back up a bit. I guess in the sense that most people make their fort too big for their computer or deliberately start wars with neighbors by now. Yeah, well, I mean, I've intentionally not started wars. Usually I think people unknowingly start wars. Like, they make random jokes about how things are just invading them. It's like, well, I mean, you're intentionally provoking them. It's like, I had somebody in my chat the other day ask, why am I at war with humans? I was like, well, what did you do to the humans? And they're like, can killing caravans start wars? I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh, crap. Well, I guess I'll stop mashing them as they come in. It's like, you're surprised you're at war? Why? You literally killed dozens of their people. Maybe even more than that. Maybe hundreds. What? It's like if you settle the merchants on fire, yeah, you'll run into problems. Yeah, could murdering people cause political problems with my civ? What do you think would happen? Exactly. It's like, well, what the fuck you think was gonna happen? Didn't you think the game was complicated enough to consider that? I don't know. I mean, the complexity of this game is actually kind of overblown in a lot of ways. Like, yes, it's a very complex game with a lot of features, but like a lot of those features, like you really don't see as the player unless you go specifically looking for them. The mashing machine needed testing. What's your problem, humans? We needed to test the garbage mashers. And you seemed appropriate. I don't know. I always say to people that if you want your dwarves to behave, treat them like real people, and then they'll behave very well. You want them to misbehave? Make them work for days and weeks and months on end in the rain without lunch or sleep. To make match. No, it's probably for fun, TM, is what people will say. I don't know. Now I just want bangers and mash, Stone, thanks. I could actually do that. I have potatoes and sausage. I could actually make bangers and mash, technically. Man, this dwarf is walking really slowly. Trader sausages. That's just sausages from Trader Joe's, although I don't... Do we even have those in Canada? I don't know. There's got to be like a Trader's brand sausage somewhere. Although mine are like weird vegan sausages, so I don't know if they technically count. They're mostly like beans. Look up Pirate Joe's. What the fuck is Pirate Joe's? Literally never heard of that before. The specialty store in Vancouver, British Columbia consisted of entirely of store brand products resold from locations. What? So it's a Trader Joe's knockoff that was in Vancouver? What? I've never heard of this before. Why? Apparently they've been defunct as of 2017, and their website doesn't exist anymore. Well, that's a shame. Perfectly good memeing opportunity missed. No. They're just called vegan bratwurst is literally what they're called. They're just really nicely spiced food products that like have a mouthfeel of sausage. They don't taste like sausage though. But they do have the same texture as sausage. And I quite like them. I think they're just tasty. And there we go. Dwarf climbs up. Is there a particular reason why there's just miasma right there? Dwarfs? Somebody want to deal with the dead cow that's there, I think? And the rotten emu kidney? Struve drove down to Vancouver and to, I think, Seattle and bought a bunch of Trader Joe's stuff and brought them across the border to sell in Canada. Trader Joe's got real angry and sued Pirate Joe's because, I don't know, Angry Trader lost. I mean, you called it Pirate Joe's. No shit you're going to get sued. I've never been in a Trader Joe's, nor have I had anything from Trader Joe's. But if it's anything like the people who make a weirdly big deal out of, if it's anything like the people who make a weirdly big deal out of, what do you call it? Costco? I'm not surprised. Because people who make a big deal about Costco boggle my mind. Like, I do not understand why people are so obsessed with Costco. Like I go into a Costco and I feel physically ill just because of the like gluttonous insanity that is that store. It's kind of a similar feeling that I get from Walmart. It's like, yo, you want to see everything that's wrong with capitalism condensed into one store location? It's like going to a Costco. It's just going to a Costco or a Walmart. We'll fix you of that real fast. Specifically for reselling Trader Joe's products? Yeah, well, I mean, they're called Pirate Joe's, and they were selling Trader Joe's products. So, like, it's not like they were not really being honest about what they were, you know? Like, they knew exactly what they were doing going in, calling it Pirate Joe's and selling brand name Trader Joe's stuff in a country where they're not technically supposed to be sold. So, you know. Kind of makes sense to me, I suppose. Kind of makes sense. But yeah, I think plan for Saturday is Humankind. We'll finish that Humankind run on Saturday. So Saturday will be interesting. We'll see how that'll go. I'm really curious about what that games directory is going to look like in like 3 months, but I don't know. It's still an interesting enough game that I've been enjoying, so we'll go back to that. Also, apparently I'm getting a key for that fucking Aliens game. Speaking of that Aliens game, Hobo, do you want to play a shitty looking Aliens game? Okay, so rewind. At the beginning of the stream today, I was joking about generic video game names, and I was talking about this game because they had to change the name of their game twice. It was originally just called Aliens, then it was called Aliens Fire Team, and then it was called Aliens. It was called Aliens Fire Team, and then it was called Aliens Fire Team something something, and then they changed it to Aliens Fire Team Elite because they kept on having like copyright issues. Anyway, we were joking about that, and literally 25 minutes later, I received a key for it. So I have that game now, which I didn't actually ask for. Thanks for the host, Neil. And I didn't actually ask for it. So do you want to play a potentially shitty-looking alien shooter? I'm just saying, like that might be fun when it's out. I mean, it's out on the 26th, I think. It's out on the 24th, so it's out next week. So we could do like, I don't know, maybe like the Friday after or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll try it, and if it's trash, then nah. But if it's all right, then I like aliens. Be down to play some aliens, or go shoot some xenomorphs. All right, good to know. It's kind of funny. I was just like, I need to find people to play this with, and then I was like, maybe Hobo will join. Has nothing to do with firemen. Well, I mean, there are many fireman games. The 911 Fire Response series is a long-running franchise developed in Germany. So that's a thing. Oh, nothing to do with firemen, but me and my stream team are kind of considering getting into Farming Simulator when the Farming Simulator 2022 comes out. So we may go get into that at some point soon. We need 3 more ballista arrows. Screwed it up and typed in 2 instead of 3, so just queued up a new job. Just seemed easier that way. Also, chat, if you haven't yet, please go to Dire Dwarf stream and follow Dire Dwarf. Because tomorrow, at roughly noon Pacific, for 2 hours, we will be playing Barotrauma over on his channel. Which should be a bit of fun. I hope. And to anybody who's interested in helping me prototype lore with the community for a mud, I think we may have the basic outline of our starting zone so far done. But we got that. We're working on getting that prototyped in the Discord. So if you're interested in helping with that, just simply DM me and we'll see if we can find something for you to do. Help us out. I will be hopefully organizing a lot of that stuff more come tomorrow. So. All right, chat. So I mentioned this a little while ago, but we've been kind of chill today, which is fine. But I think I'm going to just call it a little early today because I've had some pretty long streams recently. Kind of sort of accidentally streamed like 10 hours a couple of days in a row. And I streamed on Monday, which was kind of an extra stream. We've made it into late spring in the year 295, which is kind of my goal for this run today. So let's just save Longdeath, and I think I'm going to call it now. I was planning on doing some Cogmine tonight, but I'm tired. It's kind of warm in here, and I think I'm just going to call it. Plan for Saturday is, like I said, we're going to finish up that Humankind run, which we're like, I'd say, past halfway through. So hopefully we can finish that up, assuming that game doesn't get like weirdly grindy towards the end. So we'll finish that up, and then in the evening on Saturday, because I will have played a 4X all day, we'll then play some more Cogmind. So Saturday should probably be a really long stream. Like I said, I'll be on Dire stream tomorrow, even though tomorrow's technically my day off. And Sunday, we'll probably go back to Longdeath. Or maybe we'll do another full day of Cogmind. Haven't decided yet. Depends on what I'm feeling like on Sunday. Then Monday will be my day off again, and then Tuesday we'll be back to the normal schedule. So, that's where we're at. Also, at some point next week, there will be a Shitty Aliens third-person shooter, which I'm expecting to be terrible, which will probably be a bunch of fun. So as always, if you want to support my work directly, I do have a Patreon, and even a small amount goes a long way. $2 a month gets you into the credits for my YouTube videos, and $7 a month gets you those sound commands you may hear sometimes. And if you want to get caught up on old stuff, there's more Dwarf Fortress and roguelikes on my YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. But with that, I think it's time that we go find somebody to go say hello to. How's that sound? Unless I just let AutoHost take care of it today, which I might do. I haven't fully decided yet. Who would I send you guys to? But good luck with unionizing, pilot. Good luck with unionizing. And I also want to play 12 minutes at some point. But I don't know how to